It is now 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Jason. Are we ready to go?
I am ready.
Okay. Is the clerk ready?
I'm here. Phyllis can't connect.
Is the clerk's office ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. It's June 22nd, 2020. We have two meetings tonight. The first is a public hearing in front of the Urbana City Council, and this is a hearing for the proposed annual budget for the city of Urbana in the county of Champaign, state of Illinois, for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021. It was on file and was available for public inspection on the city's website. So I'd like to call this hearing to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council
Members Brown?
Here.
I've got it, Wendy.
Okay.
Colbrook,
Here.
Percy,
Yeah, here.
Jacobson,
Here.
Miller,
Here.
Roberts,
Here.
Wu,
Here.
Mayor Marlin.
Here. Next item on the agenda is public input. Does anyone wish to provide verbal input at this hearing? Okay.
Mayor, is this when we come in?
No, we have to do the public hearing first, Ms.
Thank
Pearson.
you. Thank you so much.
Diane,
Yes.
I got a lot of, I don't know if anybody else did, emails for public input regarding, this is about the budget, right?
Correct.
So there was a lot of emails.
Yes, we all received them.
Okay, so I didn't know if you were,
Yes, we've got them all.
okay.
Emily McCown?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Dear alder people, aren't you tired? Aren't you tired of staying up late at city council meetings? Aren't you tired of staying up late just to pretend to listen to public input? We, the people of Urbana, are generously offering our input on how we can defund our current militarized police department and build in its stead a department of social workers and mental health first responders. And we have seen the opposite from you with the proposed budget for this year. We, the people of Urbana, have demanded you drop the charges against Aaliyah Lewis, and you didn't listen. Her court date is in the morning. We've demanded you reject the reappointment of Seraphin, and you shunned us as we rallied outside the city building. We ask you now tonight to reject this budget proposal and make a new one that cuts police spending by 50% and allocates those funds to social services. Can you hear us now? We are not letting up. The small checks on police, like the CPRB and de-escalation trainings, do not actually measure up to the needs of our community. They may be well-intentioned, but the crisis is far larger than those tiny reforms. Historically and currently, the police have left a violent impression on us. They have broken the trust of our community and our nation, whether it was Aaliyah, who was punched for asking a question, or it was peaceful protesters getting run down by a police car. The police broke our trust again and again. When the community rightfully reacts with such great fear to our first responders, how will we ever have productive and healthy solutions when conflicts arise? Can you hear us now? Are you tired? We're not tired. You have chosen to represent us and have failed to do so on this issue thus far. Now is your chance before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Tomlinson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
The budget states that public safety is a top priority, so let's talk about public safety. Last year, the city spent $10.8 million on policing. That was 30.2% of their total budget. This year, despite the total budget decreasing over $1 million, the city wants to spend $11.2 million on policing. They want to give the police a budget increase of almost $500,000. Can you imagine that? In the wake of the George Floyd protests and daily videos of cops beating and shooting protesters unprovoked across the nation, this city council wants to give the cops a big fat raise. Well, you say to yourself, none of that stuff happens in Urbana. We have good cops. If you think police brutality isn't happening in Urbana, you must not be familiar with the name of Aaliyah Lewis. In April of this year, she yelled at police officers from a distance during the arrest of her boyfriend following a domestic dispute. Apparently, verbal disagreement in Urbana is illegal because an officer runs over to violently restrain her. She twists away from him, and this prompts 2 other police officers to tackle her to the ground and start beating her. One of the cops beating her has an assault rifle that swings over her head and body during the attack. He later points it at her head as she lays on the ground. This is not how it's reported in the news or in the fictional police report. They report Aaliyah as the aggressor, but we know the news and police reports are lying because there is a 7-minute video of the incident online showing the attack from start to finish. Strangely, this very city council found no wrongdoing on the part of the police, despite presumably seeing the same video I did, where Aaliyah is screaming in pain as 3 large men punch her repeatedly after she is restrained for, what, shouting? She did not approach the cops. She did not attack them. They escalated from her shouting to physical violence and arrest. She spent a week in jail before making bail. Aaliyah has a court date tomorrow for 3 counts of aggravated battery. So let's talk about public safety. Is public safety 3 thugs with guns showing up to a domestic dispute call and beating and arresting those involved? Is it the fatal shooting of 15-year-old Kiwan Carrington by Champaign police? How does this make our community safe? The thing is, almost everyone I talk to is afraid of the police to some degree. You're driving along and you notice a cop in your rear view mirror. You're doing absolutely nothing wrong, but you triple check your speed and make sure you use your blinker and keep glancing at the mirror because there's a stranger driving behind you with a gun who can make you stop your vehicle, who can jail you or execute you with no repercussion, who can make up a fictional narrative about what happened, has the police, union, and city behind them and qualified immunity. Police don't prevent crime. They often don't solve crime. What function do they really serve other than generating the city income by writing traffic tickets? I can really only think of a handful of extreme scenarios where I'd want a guy with a gun to show up to fix my problem. Most of the problems the police are called for are a direct result of poverty and poor community services. So let's talk about public safety. Public safety is providing free public services to those in need. Public safety is crisis counselors, long-term mental health services, addiction treatment, good nutritious food, after-school programs, beds for the homeless. Public safety is daring to be creative, compassionate enough to imagine alternative solutions, keeping folks connected to the community with their families instead of in prison. Public safety is not the police. The budget states that they need to make cuts due to overspending last year. They proposed cutting the Urbana Free Library by $500,000. I have suggested for where they could find $11.2 million to fund actual public safety programs. Reject this budget and defund the police.
Next up is Austin Hoffman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, my name is Austin Hoffman. I live in Urbana in Ward 5. I'm speaking today to urge the council to drastically change the proposed budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 by redistributing funds allocated for the Urbana Police Department towards things our communities actually need. Ever since the brutal and unjust arrest of Miss Aaliyah Lewis on April 10th, we have been showing up each week demanding real change and an end to racist police terror. And each week, we have heard from this council about its supposed commitments to realizing such a future. Now is the time to take steps towards doing so by aligning the city's budget with its professed progressive values. No more half measures, no more hollow platitudes. We must defund UPD and invest in our communities. According to a June 18th interview by Smile Politely, council members Brown, Roberts, and Miller are already in favor of taking these steps. Ms. Hersey, although she said she was undecided about whether or not to defund the police, said that if a law enforcement budget is excessive, and as we've already seen tonight, the public clearly believes it is, funds could be diverted to serve the mentally ill. Mayor Marlin also said she was undecided, but provided this commentary, and I quote, "For many years in this country, we have chosen to expand the role of policing rather than provide equitable access to healthcare, education, housing, income, and opportunity. I believe reliance on law enforcement agencies to shoulder that social burden should be reduced, and that role should be assumed by other systems that will meet the needs of the people," end quote. I emphatically agree with you here, Mayor Marlin. However, the budget as it currently stands does not at all reflect those beliefs. How can you say these things and at the same time give a third of the general operating funds to police while leaving only 5.2% for community development and a paltry $73,000 for social services? How can you say this and take money away from our schools to fund the fire department when you could just as easily take it from the overflowing coffers of the UPD? How can you claim to believe this when at every turn you have chosen to empower a police force with a well-documented history of discriminating against and over-policing Black communities and communities of color in Urbana? If a budget is a moral document, then this one is simply unconscionable. I want to thank those of you who have spoken out in support of defunding the UPD and reimagining public safety in Urbana, and I urge those of you who are undecided on the matter to follow suit. If you allow this budget to pass as is, you will confirm what a large portion of this community already assumes to be true, which is that you care more about cops and their bloated salaries and their militarized weaponry than Black lives, Black opportunities, and Black futures. I hope today you will finally prove us wrong. Thank you.
Next up is John Drobny.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
I'm an Urbana resident. 2 weeks ago when I marched in Champaign, we chanted, "Defund the police." I've seen a lot of elected officials, analysts, journalists, people on Twitter and Facebook with various qualifications or lack thereof, bending over backwards to turn that into reform the police. But that's not what that means. It means defund the police. It means take that money away from the Urbana Police Department and give it back to the community to whom it belongs. The key principle of ethical policing is that policing is done only with the consent of the community. When you hear hundreds of voices shouting in unison, "Defund the police," we are not asking you to reform the police. We are not saying, give the police more of our money. We are not saying more implicit bias training or more de-escalation training. We are saying, defund the police. We withdraw our consent to be policed. We don't want them in our community. Police aren't just brutalizing people in Minneapolis or LA or Chicago or New York. They are doing it all over the country. They do it here. They did it in April when the police came to arrest Aaliyah Lewis's boyfriend following a domestic dispute. She shouted at them from a distance. They said she approached them. They said she was the aggressor. They arrested her. She was charged with aggravated battery, 3 counts. She spent a week in jail and has a hearing tomorrow. But if it weren't for the videos, that would be it. She would be the criminal and the heroic police had saved the day. But that's not what happened. When I watched the videos for her arrest, I was disturbed. I watched a large man with a gun grab her. When she tried to twist away, I watched 3 large men with guns tackle her to the ground. One of them shouts, "Stop resisting, stop resisting," at a woman pinned to the ground, screaming in pain. One of them has an assault weapon which swings wildly over her body. "You need to act like a lady." "Excuse me?" "Just relax, ma'am, okay?" he shouts when a bystander asks him to get off of her so she can breathe. I don't want this. Can you, all of you, watch this video and tell us that you want this? That you want more of this? That you like this? That you want to give them more of our money? Who does this serve? Who does this protect? I conclude with, when we say defund the police, we mean defund the police. We don't want this anymore. Reject the budget. Thank you.
Next up is Megan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your full name for the record, please?
Yeah, Megan McDonald. Is this just for the budget or is this like?
This is the budget hearing.
All right, I mean, I guess it's all related, but I'll save it. Sorry, I'll wait till the next.
Okay. Urbana resident. Urbana resident? Can you please unmute? Can you, Urbana resident, can you state your name for the record?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Alana Ackerman. I'm a resident of Urbana. I would like to request that the City Council reevaluate and revise the proposed annual budget that is under consideration. According to some sources of information, 21% of the annual budget is planned to be allocated toward policing, while only 12% is planned to be allocated for community development. According to other sources, up to almost 33% of the general operating funds are set to be allocated toward policing, while only 5.2% of general operating funds are set to be allocated toward community development. Regardless of which set of numbers we are looking at, they are unacceptable either way. I know the City Council says that it wants to prioritize public safety, but public safety doesn't come from policing, as many others have said before me today and many other days. Public safety doesn't come from putting almost a third of a city's budget toward a system that we know is founded upon controlling and punishing Black communities and individuals. If you really want to make Urbana safer, if you really want to contribute to public safety, you do this by investing in people and in communities. I don't know specifically what the City Council means by community development. I think I would like to learn more about that, and I would like to hear more from the Council about what community development means and what exactly that money goes toward. But either way, policing is not the answer. A budget is a reflection of a city's values. A budget reflects what a city wants to foster and what a city wants to build up. And a budget also reflects what a city doesn't value and what a city doesn't prioritize or consider important. What I see in this budget is disinvestment in communities, and I see the prioritization of the control and punishment of Black communities. I encourage the City Council to reconsider and reevaluate its priorities. I ask that it listen to the people that it represents, and I ask that it make the necessary changes to the proposed budget that the people of Urbana are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Chong.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tracy Chong, a resident of Urbana. I saw on the agenda tonight that there will be a discussion on UPD body camera policy regarding use, access, and retention. Civilian access to body camera footage is a key component of police oversight and police accountability. However,
Ms. Chong, this is the hearing for the budget. Can you wait to make your comments during the public input for the council meeting?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Yeah, I will. Okay.
Thank you. I want to make sure we get everyone in. Ben Jocelyn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. How wonderful. My name is Ben Jocelyn. I live here in Urbana, was born here in Urbana. And my comments about the budget are as follows. I want to put it in the context of the global outcry for justice, where folks are calling for the defunding of the police department. Seattle cut its police budget by 50%. Minneapolis is disbanding its police department entirely. LA has cut their police department by over $100 million. And locally, the current city council and mayor have increased our police budget by more than 20% over the last couple of years. And I find this to be antithetical to justice, antithetical to progress, and I find that it needs to be changed. So I'm hoping that you will please listen to the local, national, and global leaders calling for the defunding of the police and reduce the 2020-2021 police budget by 50% of the current proposal to $5.6 million instead of $11.2 million. I'm hoping you will hire a full-time person with full salary and additional budget to pay community leaders and professionals as they develop a strategy to get rid of our police department over the next 5 years. I'm hoping that you will commit to the demands of the new Champaign County Anti-Racist Coalition. You'll withdraw your contract from the school district to have police in schools, which will also affect the budget. Do you put the money towards mental health services that our community dearly needs? Do you put money into a robust and sustained gun buyback program? Do you put money into jobs programs to help people get through this terrible recession? Jobs programs are also proven to reduce crime much more effectively than the police, just as an FYI. Please increase your social service spending since it's currently less than $1 million, which means that you're currently proposing a budget that is willing to spend more than 10 times as much money controlling and punishing people instead of supporting them. That is gross. Social service spending should focus on housing, childcare, healthcare, food support, and reentry programs, among others. So there are lots of good ways to proven ways to reduce crime and increase quality of life. When you look at your budget and the priorities of this town, I really hope you take that into account and do the things that people need instead of doing things that destroy people's lives. Thank you very much.
Next up is Bo Barber.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to say my name is Bo Barber. I'm from Ogden, Illinois. I know I'm not in Urbana, and I apologize in advance for not being a former UPD cop who currently lives outside of the state. But as someone who commutes to UIUC campus, where I work, as many others like me do from the rural area, how your police department treats its own city citizens is how they will treat all people who come through this city. Will they beat my friends in the Black community when they could have just talked things out instead of using violence and brutalizing people like Aaliyah Lewis? While we're on the topic of Aaliyah Lewis, get the charges dropped against her. This should have been something that should have been solved 2 months ago. Instead, you've come up with excuses and sided with the oppressor. As some of the people have already said in here, what your budget looks like is what your values look like. And right now you value violence in the community over actually helping those in the community. You needed to fund the police and invest in helping those that are the most vulnerable. This not only keeps people out of jails, but this also helps to grow the community instead of making them the next victims that will be thrown in jail and potentially infected with the virus that we are currently experiencing in this pandemic. You need to start investing in the people rather than the people who will brutalize them. I'm sorry I'm not as eloquent as some of the other people in this, but I know a lot of people will make a lot of very good comments. One thing I wanted to point out was, I believe it was 2 meetings ago, it was the CPRB meeting. One of you pointed out, taser deployments aren't that serious of a matter and no one is really worried about that. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I hope that I am wrong, because Rayshard Brooks in Atlanta was shot for firing a taser at an officer. Several officers claim, oh, he fired a taser, and that is a deadly weapon. It's less lethal, but it can still be a lethal weapon. First off, Rayshard should be alive right now, and the cops should have just let him go. However, this points to the fact that what we've been saying for years is that tasers are dangerous weapons, yet your comments from the previous meetings seem to conflict with your knowledge on this. So then it brings the question about you appropriating more funds to the police when you clearly do not fully understand about what is happening during policing. So I would not be putting more money towards something that I do not fully understand about, except I do know from what I've experienced through many friends in this community and many people who have come and spoken in these councils, that you should not be putting more funds to the police. Any of you who vote for this budget should follow Councilmember Eric Jacobson's path and resign. From your behavior, I can only conclude how you would have behaved as members of the Minneapolis City Council. So I need to ask, Why would you have exonerated George Floyd's murderer and then given him a promotion? I'm just curious as to why some of you seem to would have been okay with that. Thank you.
Evelyn B. Underwood. Dr. Underwood, can you unmute?
I'm trying.
We can
Can
hear
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, thank God. Okay, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Praise God. Oh my. I'm asking, oh, can you hear me? Because I hear something, I see something coming on that doesn't look like me. Can you see me? You won't be able to see me, right?
Right, but we can hear you.
Okay. I'm asking that you reduce the budget for the police department. I'm not saying because that word is messing everybody up. So I'm not going to say that word. I'm going to say reduce the budget for the police department, divest in the police department, and reinvest in our mental health, our youth, our education, and other entities that can take care of a lot of these problems. Thank you very much for your consideration. Amen.
Thank you. Vijay Patel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so this is Vijay Patel. I live in Urbana, have for the past few years, or I guess 4 years now. Like everyone else, or like a lot of people, I want to agree and say, I think that it's probably a good idea to reduce the budget going to the police right now. But there's one specific item which I just wanted to bring up, probably for hopefully one of the council members to follow up on and see. I'm not sure if this has been mentioned to you all before, but I was looking through the IDOT traffic stop records. And one thing that kind of jumped out at me is for section 5.2 about dog sniffs, basically. So dog sniffs is referring to, when the police bring a dog that, that's trained to detect drugs and things like that. So in the report, it says that the dog was used in less than 1% of all traffic stops, but it alerted 96% of the time, and contraband was found 63% of the time. So out of 96% of the time, so basically the dog alerts every single time the dog sees the car almost. Out of that, 63% of the time they were actually able to find a substance. I mean, to me, that seems like it's, it seems kind of unreasonable, because basically what that's saying is if we're using the dog for probable cause and the dog alerts every single time, then essentially you're just saying, okay, well, the police officer can just judge whether there's probable cause. And if we're going to do that, we should, I think, be honest and say that. So I would say, one particular way to help with the budget would be to sort of eliminate the use of police dogs, at least for traffic stops, but I don't know if there's any other useful purpose. So I hope one of the council members can follow up on this and maybe get some more information, because in the report itself, it's kind of the only reason they give for this discrepancy between 96% of the time it alerts and 63% of the time it seems justified is they give a kind of implausible argument that, hey, probably in the cases where the dog alerts but there's not actually drugs found, the drugs might be just so small we can't see them. Which, I mean, to me, that seems kind of implausible. So anyway, so I hope this is something that you all are able to follow up on.
Next up is Allison, is it Cesar? Allison?
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, beautiful. So as an Urbana citizen, as a PhD student at the university, I'm calling on the city council to immediately reallocate funds meant for the police department, as many of the previous commenters have said, and to reinvest them in community development, in education initiatives, in mental health initiatives. I'd like to point out that we are in the middle of a global respiratory pandemic, and that police across the nation have responded to unrest with tear gas, a chemical weapon banned in theaters of war by both the Geneva Protocol and the UN Chemical Weapons Convention. In police departments across the country, including, according to first-person witnesses who have spoken to me, in our county, have responded to protests, peaceful protests, by escalating and by using a Geneva Convention banned chemical weapon. These militarization of the police is a problem, and if you think that increasing funding for a police department is going to do anything but put more outdated and banned military grade weapons in the hands of police to be used against citizens who are exercising their right to peaceful protest, you don't know anything about police. I'd like to encourage everyone on this council to think about what a vote for an increase in policing and an increase in police budget means for the people who you are meant to represent in this city, for the brown and black communities that you are meant to represent in this city, for all of the students, the men, the women, the people of non-binary gender, everybody who is meant to be protected by these police and who are instead being terrorized. All right, in the middle of the pandemic, a vote for an increase in the police department is a vote for a decrease in funding for critical public health services. A vote for an increase in police funding is a vote for a decrease in funding meant to alleviate the economic pressures put on our community. A vote for an increase in police funding is frankly grossly irresponsible of anybody on this council and any other lawmaker across our state and across our country. So think about what you are doing and what you are saying to your constituents. Think about the fact that you are putting so-called law and order, which is actually police terrorism, above the health, economic, educational, and mental health needs of your constituents. Thank you.
Jay Monson.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just have one suggestion. I don't know if you've looked at Michael Tubbs, the mayor of Stockton, California, who's a young African-American mayor, and he's made incredible strides in producing public safety in his community through fighting anti-poverty. And I would just really recommend that the council members look him up and research that option, because it's, I think Urbana is in a position to do some really positive radical change and defund and reallocate funds from the police department to funds that would actually produce public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Stuart Levy.
Thank you. So I'd like to speak with respect to the proposed budget, in particular increased funding for police services, as other people are. I'm remembering a council comment from Eric Jacobson a year or two ago. Eric, you'd been looking at trends in calls to the police, and you noted that the calls addressing crimes were holding fairly steady, but there was an increase in demand for police services, and that was coming from calls addressing people who were somehow in distress. I'm betting that's still the case. We have other kinds of people and other kinds of services that are specialized for dealing with distress, or better, preventing people from becoming distressed in the first place. I'm talking about people like social workers and services like detox centers or reentry programs or libraries. So given that, expanding the police budget while decreasing support for social services and the library isn't only morally wrong. Even if you look at it only in economic terms, it's a stupid misallocation of resources. We've been seeing demonstrations across the country, including here in Urbana, protesting against unaccountable police violence against especially people of color, and including police violence here. I'm talking about the case of Aaliyah Lewis most recently, but there are many others in Champaign and Urbana and nearby. It's not, yeah. I know several of you on the council have participated in some of those protests. Sure, that's good. And the statement of 10 principles that I see appears on tonight's council agenda, they look nice too. But it is the budget that shows where the city's priorities lie, not attendance at demonstrations. Council, I hope that you will not approve the budget as is written tonight, but will take an opportunity to revise it, even if it means that you have to run a few weeks past the July 1st target date. If you assume that you can just continue along the current path and double down on ever-increasing reliance on the police to put down whatever and to deal with whatever problem, you're making a political mistake. Something that really strikes me about the demonstrations that have been going on is that there have been demonstrations against unaccountable police violence, police brutality, in places where I never would have expected one. I'm not talking about like St. Joseph and Monticello. You know, we're used to seeing demonstrations in Champaign and Urbana, but St. Joseph? If you double down on what you're doing now, I think you're making a moral mistake and an economic mistake and also a political mistake. Thank you for your attention.
Natalie DeClercq.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
As a community member who has lived in Urbana for the majority of my adult life, since moving here as a student in 2009, I admit I have been mostly ignorant to my local government until recently. I've always thought of Urbana as a progressive community where residents are generally caring and open-minded, educated on important issues, and pushing for change where it's needed most. It's why I came back and why I'm still here. However, the more I read and learn, the more city council meetings I attend, it's clear the public's priorities and sense of urgency are not shared by our elected officials. This budget proposal does not reflect the voices and values of the community that I know and love. I am one of many begging for you to reject this proposal that increases the already bloated budget of the Urbana Police Department, who still has not taken accountability for the violent assault of Aaliyah Lewis and continues to profile and arrest Black residents of Urbana in disproportionate rates. The community will not be served by cuts to public education or increased policing through a system we cannot trust. For our city council to believe so is harmful and irresponsible. Reject this proposal and reallocate Urbana Police Department funding towards social services and programs that make housing, healthcare, childcare, education, job assistance, mental health resources, and literally anything else more accessible in the populations that need it most. You have a choice to either address underlying problems and prevent criminal behavior or throw money at a system that can only make those problems worse. We all want a safer community. Urbana Police Department's actions and patterns of racial injustice have proven that they are not on our streets to protect and serve the entire population. Stop increasing their power and protections of an abusive and prejudiced institution that operates without any repercussions. This is not the time to move slowly or skirt issues or deflect the public's demands. Send a message that you hear us and invest in programs that can swiftly and directly benefit the people of Urbana. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to address the council during this hearing? Danielle Chenoweth.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Danielle Chenoweth. I live at 412 West Illinois Street in Urbana. I am currently the township supervisor, the Cunningham Township Supervisor. I used to serve on city council for 2 terms. Just a few things about the budget. First, budgets are moral documents. They reflect the ethical stand of any body And more than almost any other words that are spoken, the budget really shows the priorities of a body due to both two unprecedented circumstances we're in. One is the coronavirus, and the second is a racial justice movement unlike anything that I've seen in my lifetime. I don't think you can plan ahead more than 3 months. I would encourage the council to extend, either approve the quarterly portion of this budget or extend your current budget and engage in a participatory budget-making process. It started in Brazil. It's been used in Chicago. I attempted to implement it when I was on city council, and I really think the time is right to engage young people and new voices. I'm so heartened by the hundreds of voices, many of whose names I've never heard before, and I've lived in this town since 1995. And I want to encourage you, the new voices at the table, to know that this is really your budget, right? And that the people who are elected to serve are really speaking, you speak through them in terms of your priorities. So I know that this is a difficult moment for the council, and I want to encourage you to really also see it as a moment of opportunity to bring a lot of new perspectives into the political process. And a participatory budget process can help us really think about redefining our priorities. With regard to the police, we have already tried CPRB training, diversifying the police force. We should not stop with these things. They are essential, but not sufficient going forward. What we need is a new department that is not beholden to the FOP contract, and it's not within the police department that responds to the homeless. 4% of the jail population in a given year are homeless. It responds to crimes of poverty like stealing diapers and shoes for your child, and water and tampons, right? We need an emergency response care team without guns, without use of force policies. And I would encourage you to start working with us now to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Aiden Watson Morris.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Aiden, a graduate worker at the University of Illinois, Aiden Watson Morris for the record. As cities across the country begin to rethink their budgets in the wake of ongoing racist police violence, I'm happy to see City Council members Miller, Roberts, and Brown express their interest in defunding Urbana Police and reallocating funds for other community services, as they did in a recent Smile Politely survey. In the same piece, Mayor Marlin and Council members Hersey and Wu express an openness to the possibility. I am disappointed that members Jacobson and Colebrook refused to respond. I think that Mayor Marlin and other members expressed interest in community input on these decisions calls for another look at the city budget, which currently allocates more of the city's general operating fund to the police than to any other expenditure. The question of policing is not simply a matter of trust, but the actual form a community takes. The ongoing calls for justice for Leah Lewis, which I support, the fact that Black people are disproportionately stopped relative to Urbana's larger population, and concerns about the effectiveness of the CPRB already expressed are about structure, and budgets are moments in which communities can take new shapes, where funds can be reallocated for public education, community, and social services. I want to call on the Urbana City Council to vote on a budget that is taking community input into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to address the council during this budget hearing? Okay, I don't see any further hands up. Lena Walker?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Hi, my name is Lena Walker. I am currently a resident of Champaign, but as a UIUC student, I do spend a lot of my time in Urbana, and many people that I love and care about live in this community. And I sincerely hope that the council is going to listen to the input being given at these meetings, especially at this budget hearing, and not go ahead with just approving this budget outright, which currently allocates far too much money to the police department and far too little to community development and services. And I'd like to specifically make a point about what it could really mean to invest in community. I noticed when looking through the budget proposal that in the total funds, so much of the community development funding comes from state and federal grants. And while state and federal grants can offer a lot of opportunities, state and federal governments also reinforce the prison industrial complex, which in this country has amounted essentially to a 400-year reign of terror and injustice over Black and Indigenous people. They reinforce it through the use of slave labor in prisons, through legislation that oppresses and criminalizes Black lives, through urban renewal projects and neighborhood revitalizations, if you can call them that disrupt and disappear Black and brown communities all over this country. Relying on state and federal grants does not allow communities to realize their full potential and truly engage all of the valuable knowledge and skills that people have to care for each other, improve their lives, and make real changes here in Urbana and all over this country. I really urge the council to consider how a different approach to our budget could put real money in the hands of communities that have an opportunity to try new things and make bold new changes to make sure that as a city and as two sister cities, we're really showing that Black lives matter, that we care, and that we believe that there's a life for people in this community beyond being over-policed, beyond being terrorized by police, and beyond being killed prematurely before people have a chance to live out their lives. I sincerely hope the council will consider this and all the comments that have been made here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Shea?
Hello.
Hello.
Uh,
Can you state your full name for the record?
Sure.
Please?
It's Shay Balahi. I wanted to give some input tonight about the budget and remind the council that you're sitting in your seats today because we have put you there. Your job is to represent the people in your ward. This isn't a time to make excuses and follow the same guidelines you always have. We're in a time of civil unrest and a pandemic. We have the opportunity to dismantle and rebuild our community for the better. It's unfortunate that we're in a situation we are having to fight for our lives to protect people from the rapists, killers, and abusers in our police department who are rarely prosecuted. We need to redirect funds to lift people out of poverty, provide health care and opportunities to those who have not had many opportunities in their lifetime. I also want to add that simply the act of providing these meetings on a Zoom call is racist and limiting people from being able to join in. Not all people and a lot of people of color don't have access to the internet. Defund the police, provide opportunities in the war on Black people, and save lives. Do the right thing. Black lives are in your hands. Thank you.
Next up is Alan.
Good evening, Urbana City Council. These are remarks independent from the written remarks that I had sent for the later session of the City Council this evening. I want to bring to bear not only echoing remarks for the City Council budget, but we're imminently facing an eviction tsunami. And there is something that you can do about it. I conferred with some of my friends who are tenants' rights lobbyists. And in addition to the fact that Mayor Lightfoot in Chicago is pursuing a measly 12-day extension to the eviction moratorium in lieu of the governor's executive order. You can do that or more should you choose to. And I would urge, given that over 50% of our housing are rental units, possibly even 60%, I don't remember the exact stat. So this is something that is of tantamount concern to Urbana. On top of that, it is a racial justice issue. Forgive me, I can't actually see the public comment clock. Is that on? Thank you. 2/3 nationwide, and that stat is within 5%. For Urbana, 2/3 of Black households are renter households. If you believe that Black Lives Matter, you will extend the eviction moratorium through municipal ordinance, because that eviction moratorium is expiring this Saturday, if I have the date remembered correctly. On top of this, segueing to the budget, there are a lot of existing programs that we could decide to emulate should we reduce our commitment to the police department's surplus budget in excess of what the contract requires. I've been told, for example, that the armored vehicles, the police vehicles, are replaced on the order of about every 5 years. Why not 6? Why not more? We can do a lot with the money that we would save there. Specifically, Rockford, Illinois is one of our neighboring cities. I mean, pretty far away, but they've eliminated homelessness. We should be seriously considering what significant accomplishments, not just a Band-Aid, but serious accomplishments we can have in our community if we abate the police department's burden on our budget. Lastly, the city council is not so bound to the Fraternal Order of Police contract as they may convey. For one, there is a stipulation for discontinuation of that contract in the terms of renewal. There is no specified deadline for when that can be enacted. So should they choose to, they could abolish the police. But more importantly, you are not limited by the existing Fraternal Order of Police contract when it comes to the city budget. And also they can't strike. Have a good evening.
Next up is Becca.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Becca Opachowski, and I am a lifelong resident of Urbana, and I'm writing this evening to ask that the City Council to fund the police department by at least 50% in the budget that you're considering tonight, in order to be able to invest in programs that support community, disavow white supremacy, and truly work to create a safe and welcoming place to live. What could this look like? Money saved from the police officers in schools could be spent on social workers, support staff, teachers, supplies, and technology. Money saved from reducing the number of officers could hire city officials whose role it would be to examine progressive templates for public safety and develop a program to make that a reality in our community. Money saved from cutting the police budget could be spent on funding mental health services, affordable housing, childcare programs, food supports, job opportunities, and parks. Money could be cut from weapons, militarized vehicles, and the stock of tear gas and other dangerous chemical weapons. It could instead be spent on staffing a sustained gun buyback program and a community outreach to those affected by gun violence. Change is uncomfortable. The institutionalized partnerships that the city has with the police surely feel difficult and to unravel and for you all to unwind. But I and thousands of your constituents are asking you to envision something else for our city. Please take a moment and reflect on the community that embodies your most hopeful vision of Urbana. Does it involve well-staffed and stocked schools? Does it strive to be a leader in progressive ideas and programs? Does it ensure its citizens have homes, foods, and jobs? Does it work to destigmatize and support the mental health needs of its people? When you think on what actually makes you feel safe, I believe that these are the things that would be on anyone's list. And as our elected officials, it is your responsibility to invest money in them and not in the false idea that the police force is here to ensure safety, because the police are actually a reactionary and white supremacist force for fear and brutality. Community programs, development, and support are an answer to the problems and struggles that bring police into our lives. The budget on today's agenda is a moral document. Please vote to provide care, support, and opportunity to your neighbors. Give 50% less to a force of violence and fear in our lives. Remember that you can vote no on this budget. The city will not stop if it's forced to take more time to address these changes that its people are asking for. I would also like you to remember that police brutality and violence is happening right here in Urbana, and it is your duty to stand against this and to start that by demanding that the state's attorney drop charges against Aaliyah Lewis. Thank you, and for listening to my comments tonight.
Miriam Larson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Miriam Larson. I'm a lifelong Urbana resident. I want to speak just briefly to say I encourage you to defund the police by 50%. I want to remind you that we have a wealth of knowledge, expertise, and community connectedness, and we've seen it in particular in responses to COVID, in organizing an uprising that supports racial justice and a new kind of community safety. The Juneteenth event this past Friday was organized by largely new leadership in this town with deep knowledge of experiences of incarceration, but also of restorative justice, of building youth programs and connecting with young people to do positive and creative things. We have a moment to reframe community safety. And as local researcher Ming Kuo points out, green spaces are one thing that we know both reduces violence and improves mental health. And I think one thing we can all, or that I feel proud of as an Urbana resident, and I think we can all take pride in, is the wealth of green space we have here in Champaign-Urbana, and in particular in Urbana. And a bigger challenge we face is not only the pandemic, but the threat of climate change. So why not use this moment to reframe community safety as an opportunity to grow even more trees and expand our green spaces, put youth to work, taking out invasive species, or building gardens, or setting up murals next to gardens, and reclaiming our neighborhoods in a way that takes public safety in a whole new direction, but that also helps young people have a role and speak up against climate change, because we are going to need to face that even here in Champaign-Urbana, where we may feel safe from the impacts. Thank you very much for listening to my comments.
Taryn K. Vaughn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, okay, well, I'm gonna make this as short as possible because you have other things to do. But I want to be very clear. And this is something that's been said already, but I think you need another reminder. You serve us. You serve us. And we are asking you to do one thing: defund the police. That's simple. To ignore this demand is not only a gross violation of your job as city representatives meaning that you serve us, it is evidence of an astounding level of arrogance. Or perhaps is it greed and lust for power? Or just racism? Or perhaps it's all of the above. If you want to avoid such accusations, if you want to regain your hold over the moral high ground which you've lost, quite frankly, if you want to do your job, you must listen to us and defund the police. It is that simple. And also, this is key, drop the charges against Aaliyah Lewis. it is quite frankly baffling to me that this hasn't already been done, given how clear it is that her arrest, if we call what we see in the video, which is essentially an assault, an arrest, it is a clear example of racist police brutality, and the fact that the charges have not been dropped. Again, I'm not sure if it is arrogance, greed, a desire for power, or racism that is causing you to allow those charges to stand. Do your job, do what's right, listen to us. Otherwise, I'm not sure why you're sitting in those chairs right now. Thank you.
Next up is Christopher.
Hello. I'm going to save most of my comments for the general city council meeting, but I did have a few things to say about the budget. I heard one other person mention the use of K-9 units, and I think that's an easy one for you to just completely eliminate. We don't need K-9 units in Urbana. They're just not that useful, and they're expensive, and I don't think that Urbana police officers have demonstrated the integrity and personal responsibility to employ such a tool, where it does seem like they're probably just using it to invent probable cause. So let's just get rid of that one. That one's easy. The next one is, I think you guys should completely nix this license plate recognition system. Again, there's no indication that the city of Urbana, or I don't know if this is going to be used along with the police department. There's no indication that they are going to use this responsibly. I don't want the city to own a camera operated license plate recognition system. I don't want them to own a database. It's $46,000 and $11.5 thousand every year after that. Let's just get rid of that. We don't want that. I don't know anyone who wants that. So I'll issue the rest of my comments at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's 8 o'clock. I do want to acknowledge everyone who has submitted an email. I'm not going to be able to read them all aloud, but again, as stated in the public input guidelines, every comment will be incorporated into the hearing record and will be available to the public and will be part of the permanent record. Most of the comments very much reflected the sort of input that we've received during this meeting tonight. So we have heard from Valerie O'Brien, Casey Lee Castanaga, Nicholas Stein, Bronwyn Kane, Alana Ackerman, Aaron Long, Natalie DeClerc, Kelsey Langley, Brooke Armstrong, Logan Middleton, Megan Miracle, Brian Motoshed, Jamie Keener, Nancy Dietrich, Sarah Sauce, Emily Potch, Aram Lee, David Cisneros, River Brown, Michael Johnson, Kathleen McGowan, Rebecca Obuchowski, Ron Kester, Caitlin Kingsley, Catherine Majewski, Danielle McFarland, Ben Jocelyn, Lillian Wright. We also heard from Aiden Watson, C.G. Estabrook, Elizabeth Simpson, Elizabeth Matsushita, Laura Job, Marion Morris, Brian Dunn, Drake Maxson, Chelsea Birchmeyer, Richard Miskey, Elise Linker, Sarah Page, Lila Leopold, Miriam Twarek Hofstetter, Randy Vale, Veronica Severini, Leslie Owens, Marcy Goldstein, John Hayes, Anna Asplund, and that's what I had as of 6:55 tonight. If there more came in before 7, we will incorporate them as well. Out of respect for our guests from the NAACP tonight, I wanted to move on.
There's one more hand raised, Diane, if you didn't see that.
Oh, John McNally, sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, so I'm just going to read the email that I sent to you. It's, Dear Mayor and City Council, you are in a position of power and it is time to decide which side of history you are going to be on. We are watching what you do, we are listening to what you say, and we will remember when we vote. When you go to sleep tonight, will you rest easy knowing that you did the right thing? When you look back on your time spent in this role, will you have made a positive impact on our community? Do you feel that our tax dollars are best spent arresting people and furthering the prison for profit system that overwhelmingly targets people of color? Or is there a better way? In this pivotal time in history, I feel that we must address our societal ills with a different approach than militarized police brutality. Police officers are not social workers, police officers are not mental health professionals, and they should not be asked to fill these roles. I am asking you to use our tax dollars wisely to create a better tomorrow for everyone in our community. Therefore, I am asking you to spend less money on the police and more money on our community task force that are better equipped at handling nonviolent and non-emergency incidents in our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to adjourn this public hearing. And then we'll go on to the Urbana City Council meeting. Is the clerk ready? Ms. Clark, are you ready?
I'm here if she isn't.
Okay, would you go ahead and call the roll, Kay?
Council members Brown.
Here.
Colbrook.
Here.
Percy. Percy.
Unmute, please, Sharice.
Here.
Jacobson.
Yep.
Jacobson.
Here.
Miller.
Here.
Roberts.
Here.
Wu.
Here.
Mayor Marlin.
Here. Next item is approval of minutes of the previous meeting from June 8th, 2020.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. We approve those minutes.
I'll second the motion.
Moved by Dennis, seconded by Eric. Any corrections?
Yeah, I had one. Just under reports of standing committees, it says Committee of the Whole, Councilmember Bill Brown, but that was Jared that presented that. Page 4.
Thank you. Any other corrections? All those, let's see, we'll need a roll call vote on this. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Brown.
Yes.
Colbrook.
Yes.
Percy.
Yes.
Jacobson.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Wu.
Yes. That motion passes. The next item on the agenda is additions to the agenda, and we have Resolution number 2020-06-031R, which is the resolution of affirmation of the 10 shared principles. That actually should be under presentations, and so we're going to move to that now. So do we
need a motion for that, Diane?
Yes, please.
Okay, I move that the addition to the agenda resolution number 2020-06-031R is moved to presentations.
I'll second.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Dennis. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmembers Brown,
Yes.
Colbert,
Yes.
Hersey,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu,
Yes.
That motion passes. Okay, under this presentation is the resolution, which is a resolution of affirmation of 10 shared principles. This is sponsored by the Illinois NAACP State Conference and the Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police. And the principles were established March 22nd, 2018. So with us tonight, we have Ms. Minnie Pearson from the NAACP, Mr. Ed Wojcicki from the State Chiefs Association, and is Mr. Robert Moore here?
Yes, he is, I think.
He is?
Yes.
I'm here.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I'm Minnie Pearson, NAACP president. Thank you, Mayor and the City Council, for listening to us tonight. And we're pleased that the City of Urbana has decided to support and affirm the 10 principles. But in listening to the public tonight, as we aspire as a community to do better, moving forward, we must make a strong turn to reform systemic racism. And I just want to quickly go through some things that I had sent you previously to familiarize yourself. First, let's identify problems that have caused us to be very concerned about our police. What caused the latest problem of civil unrest, property destruction, and further erosion of trust between the communities of color and the police is the continuous unjustified killing of unarmed Black men and women by white police officers. So I won't call all of the names of the people that this has happened to, although they deserve to be recognized. But at this time, due to time, we won't do that. And it says how to confront racism law enforcement in our community. You do that by changing the culture. Clear, strong, clear policies and body cams. Profiling, no racial profiling. Database of abusive police officers. Reform daily force policies. Reform your deadly force policies, eliminating chokeholds, slamming, accountability, up the chain of authority. So there are a list of things that we will go through, but you are familiar with them because you have them. Review police training that pits officers against the community and vice versa. Some departments promote a warrior mentality versus a service orientation, a transparency and accountability, citizens review board oversight process, and reform in deadly force. Review your department's deadly force policies. Community makes reform recommendations for change to the city office. Police departments need to take the lead force on this in reforming daily force policies and procedures, and make recommendations to the mayor, city council, and the community. Where do our police live? This has continued to be a concern in our community, that our police do not live in the community in which they police. So does the rank and file patrol officers have a non-enforcement contract with the citizens they serve? That needs to be looked at. Then I want to say to you at this time, that the guiding principles to educate the public what to expect from their police officers, what they value, and how they will be treated during an encounter with the police. Adopt the 10 shared principles jointly developed by the NAACP, Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police, designed to build trust between police and the communities of color, endorsed by the Illinois Municipal League, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. This is important as well. This goes along with everything that we see that our community would benefit from. Building trust between our minority youth. This is strictly really important. Between our minority youth, police forces, and other groups. American Legion and Illinois State Police Youth Academy, Police Academy, ages 15 through 17, a week-long summer camp in Springfield. State Police Academy, Boys State, Eastern Illinois University, learn about government, week-long stay at Eastern, and our Rotary Leadership Weekend. These are all programs that we can get our youth involved in to educate them, to orientate them to possibly wanting to be police one day, go into law enforcement. So overall, the NAACP Champaign County branch, along with our state NAACP, would like to just kind of summarize problem identification. You know why we're here today, because of all of this, the unrest that has been going on in our communities. Confronting racism in the criminal justice system, reform deadly force policies, adoption of the 10 principles, which we're pleased that you are doing that, change police culture. When we listen to our community tonight, that is a big one. That is a big one. And they are not going to stop until this happens. Community policing reforms, building trust between community youth and introducing them to law enforcement careers and the Citizens Review Board. So I will turn it over now to Mr. Robert Moore. Mr. Robert Moore, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. How is everyone?
Okay.
I am pleased to be on with y'all tonight. I was educated from your community during the budget hearing. And of course, the budget hearings are one of the most telling things that we deal with. But we also have to look at principles. And that's what we're bringing to tonight. Each organization needs to operate by a set of principles. And I don't think we've ever had a set of principles that we have instituted in the law enforcement arena. And for just a moment, I want to read a definition of a principle. A principle is a proposition or value that is a guide for behavior or evaluation. A guide for behavior. And we know that our police need to have some guidance for their behavior. And these 10 principles are a guide which can be evaluated by all of us to see if our police department or if their behavior is meeting what the principles are designed to do. And then the principles are designed to build trust between communities of color and the police. So with your adoption of these principles, it is a great step in the right direction of which we believe that they can be not only put into line with the mission of the police department, as well as they will serve as a value statement. So we need to let the community know what we really value. It needs to be put on our website, what we value. So the public can really know what their police department values and that they will know how to operate themselves. So we are so pleased that you have allowed us to come aboard tonight. And we're pleased that you have going to adopt these principles. And if there's anything else that we can do to assist you, that's what our role is. and I know that my partner, Mr. and friend, Mr. Ed Wazinski, is going to follow me with this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Okay, Bob, I want to tell you something about Bob Moore and myself. We have traveled this state together. It was our vision all along for the Illinois Chiefs and the Illinois NAACP to be standing side by side and talking about what we mutually want for our communities. We want the same thing. We want safe communities. We want safer communities. Now, I'm going to tell you, we've been to 21 cities. We've had more than 1,000 people at our various programs. I want to tell you probably the number one thing that bothers me about what I've heard consistently, and that is that young Black males in particular seem to be afraid of the police. That's what they have told us, and we have heard that. And so we've adopted these shared principles. And let me just tell you, I don't think that what happened in Minneapolis would have happened in Illinois, and here's why. Principle number one, the preservation of life is the number one value. Principle number 10, de-escalation. There has to be mutual de-escalation on the part of the police and on the part of citizens. And I've been with Bob's president, Teresa Haley. Probably many of you have met her. And Teresa, when she and I go around the state and talk about these things, she says, you know what? It's people in my community too that have to de-escalate. It's not just the police. And we know that the police are getting de-escalation training. And we see a lot of hope with these 10 principles. It's more than 180 police agencies around the state have now adopted them, and they're trying to implement them at the local level. Your community is really showing leadership by adopting them at this level, at the level of the men and women who run the city. And I'll tell you why. Last week, the city of Edwardsville adopted the principles, and that's brand new. It's brand new in Illinois. And so by putting the whole community behind these things, we think it's showing terrific leadership. And we'll be, as Bob said, we'll be happy to talk about whatever it is you'd like to talk about, but you're going to see us, when you see us in September, you're going to see us side by side, because we're used to being together and making fun of each other as we do these presentations. And it's a great joy for the Illinois Chiefs to work with the NAACP leaders, because our vision is to have safer communities. So thanks very much for having me tonight. It's really an honor to be talking to all of you.
Thank you. I wondered, Ms. Pearson, would you be willing to read the principles aloud so that everyone understands what they are? Do you have them?
I don't have them right in front of me, but if someone could keep talking, I could get them.
I got them. I've got.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go through them real quick. The first one is that we value the life of every person and consider life to be the highest value. Number 2, all persons should be treated with dignity and respect. This is another foundational value. And I add a little caveat to that. I tell police officers, if they can't treat people with dignity and respect, they should get out of the police department. They really should. They shouldn't be there if they can't treat people with dignity and respect. Number 3, we reject discrimination towards any person that's on the basis of race, ethnicity, religion, color, nationality, eminent status, sexual orientation, gender, disability, and familial status. Number 4, we endorse the 6 pillars of the report of the President Obama's task force on the 21st century policing. The first pillar is to build and rebuild trust through procedural justice, which is transparency, accountability, and honest recognition of past and present obstacles. Number 5, we endorse the 4 pillars of procedural justice, which are fairness. We believe that everybody needs to be treated with fairness. We need the people that will let their voice be heard. Police cannot tell people to just shut up anymore. And the opportunity for citizens and police to believe they are heard, transparency, and impartiality. Number 6, we endorse the values inherent in community policing, which includes community partnership involving law enforcement, engagement of police officers with residents outside of any reaction specific to enforcement of laws, and problem solving that is collaborative and not one-sided. Number 7, we believe that developing strong ongoing relationships between law enforcement and communities of color at the leadership and the street level will be the key to diminishing and eliminating racial tension. As we travel the state, this is one of the most talked about principles that we've got, because people just really want to have a good, positive relationship with their police department. Number 8, we believe that law enforcement and community leaders have a mutual responsibility to encourage all citizens to gain a better understanding and knowledge of the law to assist them in their interaction with law enforcement. Number 9, we support diversity in police departments and in the law enforcement profession. Law enforcement and communities have a mutual responsibility and should work together to make a concerted effort to recruit a diverse police department. And number 10, we cannot stress number 10 too much. We believe that de-escalation training should be required to ensure that the safety of community members and officers. We endorse using de-escalation tactics to reduce the potential for confrontations that endanger law enforcement officers and community members, and in the principle that human life should be taken only at the last resort. We've covered all the things. We started covering these things 4 years ago. It's not just with the Floyd situation. So we are innovative. We are on the front line, and we are just pleased where the NAACP and the Illinois Chiefs are at this point.
Thank you.
And with that being said, during that training, we would really like honesty. We want everybody who is in attendance at that training to actually say what's in your heart, because we need, in our police department, we need honesty, we need a paradigm shift. We need you to honestly understand that these principles will, if followed to the T, will make our community safer, because choking, abuse, all of those things does not make our police department or our community safe either way. So come into that with an open mind and open heart, and change is needed, and change is what we're aiming for, to make where we are in Urbana to be a better place to live, because people will be watching us. So we want our police officers to actually say, I understand this, I see where it will benefit, I'm going to totally buy into this. And at the end of that training, you will have to sign, along with me, the NAACP Champaign County branch at this local level. You can't get around it. You're going to have to sign, and I will sign as well. Our chief of police, Brian Surfin, will have to sign. We all have to sign that, and saying that we buy into these 10 principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Jared, and then Mary Alice.
Thanks, Mitty, for the presentation, and thanks to Diane for bringing this forward. Mitty, this isn't really a question for you. I see we've got our chief and deputy chief on via video conference, and I got a question for them and how council adopting these principles plays into the chief and deputy chief's consideration of UPD policy generally. I read through that ordinance pretty thoroughly, and it doesn't seem like there's anything that says that it has any effect on it, just that we're adopting these principles. And I want to know what your feelings are as far as how those are going to be affecting, because I can see direct conflict with some of our practices currently with some of the principles that are on there. So appreciate comments from the chief and deputy chief on how they see this interacting with UPD.
Well, first of all, Mrs. Pearson and Mr. Moore and Mr. Wojcicki, thank you for showing up tonight and being part of this event. Jared, with regards to your question, I would argue that a lot of these we have in the policy. I think you've just said that maybe they were in conflict, and I don't know that that necessarily is the case. But clearly, I think these are, as was said, these are principles that will guide us. And I guess I don't necessarily think that these are specifically opposed to what we're doing now.
I'll save further comments. Thanks.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mary Alice.
I was wondering, Mimi or Bob, if you could share with us, will you be presenting at this group? I think it's in September.
September.
Ideas, is it September? Different ideas that have worked in other communities. You mentioned a week-long training for some youth, but will you have kind of a whole list of things that other communities in Illinois are instituting right now?
Well, go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Go ahead, Manny.
No, what I'm saying is I see that you don't understand the structure, so it's okay because this is new to us. But there will be people present there from different places in the community, our law enforcement, community people. You all will be there, I'm sure. There's an invitation. We're going to keep the number down, but we are going to discuss, for instance, let me give you an example. At table number 1, you will have principal number 1. There will be representation there to talk about what that means and what that looks like in our community and how can we build on that or make it better or implement it. At table number 2, there will be a principal. Table number 3, that will be, and so at each table there will be law enforcement, and we will dialogue and talk about how that's implemented and how it could benefit. It is such a magical thing. I've been at 2 of them and it worked out so well. We had all this input and we could agree to disagree. We came to a consensus and so on. So at each table there will be a representation and we will work it out. And at the end, we will come together as a whole group. But I will open it up and start it as with our mayor. And then we will turn it over to Ed and Mr. Moore, who will actually lead us in the training.
Gotcha.
Is that pretty clear, Mr.
Yes,
Ed?
Clear as mud.
I would add that we expect, due to the governor's phase 4, we do have to limit this to about 50 people. And as Ms. Pearson said, there will be at each table Urbana police officers, representative of the department, plus members of the community. And we're going to aim for a representative cross-section of the community. It'll be hard because of the relatively low numbers, but I think the beauty of this, it gives people an opportunity to come together who may not have ever spoken to before. I want to get as many new people at the table as we possibly can. So
this is not an attack session.
No.
This is not a blame you, this kind of session. This is a let's work it out that's going to benefit every citizen, youth in our community, police, everybody in the community. It's a dialogue of a fresh breath, actually. And when we come together and train, you will say, I'm so sorry we didn't get this done sooner, because it's not going to hurt you. It's going to benefit you.
All right, thank you.
Dennis, you had a question, and then Cherise. Oh, sorry, Cherise, you can be next.
Yeah, to do an effective dialogue, to understand where we are today and the changes that we envision, it would seem like we would have to be very well informed about current policy in our police force here in Urbana so that we can evaluate what can be changed, what areas we can improve upon. And so in preparation for this workshop, will we have the opportunity to review a booklet or go to a session where we are discussing the actual policy structure that the police currently are using? How do we find out exactly what policies we'd like to see changed if we're going to be writing ultimately corrections to policies?
Is that question?
Let me answer that one. Our mission is coming into your community. We are bringing you a set of tools that is going to hopefully build trust in your community. We will not be specifically looking at your local policies. That is not the intent of this session. The intent of this particular session is to give you a set of tools which we are using around the state, which has been adopted by over 180 other agencies. And so we're going to leave you these tools for you to use as talking points and to develop them into policy, but whatever you want to do with them. But we are bringing you a set of tools to help build that trust in that community.
These would be the values that would underlie our policies. So it's important to identify values first and go from there.
Okay.
Cherise, you wanted to comment or question? Can you unmute, please?
Kind of a question and a comment, because what I also wanted to know, because it's mentioned the 6 pillars of President Obama's task force on
20% task force, yes.
Yeah, and so what I was wondering is, are you working in tandem? That I went online and pulled down his the implementation guide that was posted, and so do the 10 principles work in tandem with the task force, or
that's one of the principles that you are adopting. That's a part of it, as well as the procedural justice. Even though they have their own tenets, you are adopting that entire process of which the 21st century group advanced.
Okay. So the 10 principles work in tandem with
yes,
the...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're adopting the whole thing. You're adopting the whole process there.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
Hey, Serafin, I see you are looking at papers. You have any questions?
I don't have any questions about this. And as you know, Minnie, when we went back and when this was developed back in 16 and 17 at one of the, I guess they call them the World Cafes, there were regional sites. And I was at the Champaign site when we had some of these conversations. And I sort of envisioned this, I think that's where I met you. I envisioned this as being very, very similar to some of those conversations that were had that day. So no, I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared.
Minnie, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on how you see these principles and how they play with calls we're hearing today to defund our police department or reallocate our police resources into other community resources. I don't see anything in these principles, and I know they were written before a lot of this movement and before those things, but you guys I'm assuming or can have some consideration on that. So I'd like to hear your thoughts.
We basically today, yes, we do have thoughts on that, but we don't want to take over the job that you all should be doing. We have, my personal is that I understand why people are asking for certain things, because right now, as I see it, the police are overtaxed with responsibilities. They are not meant to be mental health people. They are not meant to, to deal with certain segments of the community, which are nonviolent issues. For instance, homeless. Some things are with trauma, other things like that. So to take some funds, not totally from the police department, take some funds which would relieve the police of a lot of duties that they're taking care of right now, and put that money where there are agencies that are professionals in dealing with those issues, would alleviate some of the responsibilities and allow the police to take care of police business as opposed to other business. So I can see, doing things like that. In certain places, they are saying, because our police department is so messed up, I'm not saying Urbana or Champaign, but because it's so messed up and so unionized, the whole thing, we need to scrap it and start all over again. There are certain places that will do that. I don't think we have that problem here in our community. At least I hope not. So reform means looking at what's not working, looking at what we can do better, and admitting that, we've been practicing this. This is an old, good old boy system, and we really need to do better by that. Let's get rid of that systemic racism, that how the police Black communities, as opposed to someone that looks like them in their communities. So all of those things will go in when you are talking about the 10 principles, but there are places that are worse off, I believe, than we are or ever will be, I'm thinking. Does that answer your question?
Sort of.
Okay.
Thanks, Minnie. I appreciate the response. Ed, if I could, the same question would go. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to piggyback a little bit on that. I think that every administration need to start with looking at the mission of its police department. And I think every administration needs to have a honest evaluation of its mission and see if what it's doing, if it's meeting its mission. Does the mission need to be changed in times of like it is today? But if we start with the mission, a mission statement, and then we develop everything that goes on from that mission, and then we look at the value statements. What do we value? What do we value at this time in our lives? Do I value what the police do now? You really need to answer that question. Do you really value what you see our police departments are doing right now? And if you do, you don't need any changes. But if you answer that question, are they meeting their mission? Or what is it that I value? And what is the community value? If you answer those questions, I think you can answer a lot of those budget questions those people were asking.
Thank you. If I could, Ed, I would just direct the same question to you and the chiefs of police. I'm sure you guys have had thoughts on these issues, and I'd like to hear how you see them playing in our adoption of these principles.
The defund the police question? Sure.
Reallocation of resources, the principle of unloading the burdens that have been put on police officers onto other departments.
It ultimately becomes a very complicated question, because certainly we would say there needs to be more resources in mental health treatment in every community. There needs to be more resources in every community when it comes to opiate addictions and other kinds of addictions. People need help. I mean, people are in trouble and they need help. Domestic violence is one of the big reasons that the police get called. People call the police because they need some help right now. I mean, they're in a crisis. So we've already begun to have conversations at the state level with the Black Caucus, which is kind of leading the charge to make some changes at the state level. And some of them have already said, you know, we don't really see the answer as defunding the police or taking resources away from the police as much as it is looking at holistically, how are we going to fund everything that it is that we want to do? Because it's too simple to say we're going to pick a dollar out of one pocket and put it in somebody else's pocket, and that's going to solve our social problems. We're very sympathetic to the social problems. There's a program called Fight Crime, Invest in Kids. The police chiefs and many police departments have been great advocates of things like early childhood education because they realize that just educating kids can relieve the pressures on crime. So it's ultimately a complicated question, and we think that we would like to look at holistically how is the government allocating money to all the social services, not just take money away from one place and put it in somebody else's pocket. I think that would prove to be less desirable than you want it to be for the safety of your community.
Makes sense.
That's all for now. I'll save my rest for comments to council.
Any further questions? Could we get the motion on the table and then we'll do comments? Sharice?
I'd like to move that for the approval of resolution number 2020-06-0031R, resolution of affirmation of 10 shared principles, Illinois NAACP State Conference and Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police established March 22nd, 2018.
I'll second.
Moved by Sharice, seconded by Bill. Council comments. Jared?
Does anyone else want to make a comment before I do? I don't want to hold the floor.
Well, Mary Alice can go then.
I can go. I just want to say that just to reiterate what Mimi had said was these are not all the items that we're going to implement. Is more of a framework to have a conversation. And I don't think that this is going to slow down any of the other conversations that we're going to have. So we're going to learn about what our policy is with body camera videos. We're going to have other opportunities to look at specific things. So I don't want the community to think that we're on hold until we get to the conversation in September. I think that there are things that we can do that won't interfere, but I'm hoping that the conversation in September will be able to illuminate other areas that we haven't thought of as we go through this process. So I wanted to assure the community that we're not saying that everything is on hold until the conversation happens.
Any other comments? Jared? And then Dennis.
Just, of course I'm going to support this. I think it's great that we're adopting these 10 shared principles. I appreciate very much any work that anybody is doing on getting us to where it is that we want to be. But I do want to stress, as I had mentioned earlier, that I see some issues with how where we are today conflict with adopting of these principles. And I know we're all shooting to grow and do better, and I appreciate that everyone does that. And I think that this is the first step in a very long journey, a much overdue step. We should have adopted these, as you said, Minnie, long ago. and I'm sad that that it hadn't come up until now. But I'm glad we're going to vote on it today. But we still have, the depth of the calls that we heard in public input tonight, and what we're hearing from people week after week after week after week, go far beyond just these 10 things, and extend far beyond to a complete reimagination of how we look at public safety in our communities. And I think that it's important that maintaining and upholding status quo, reforming status quo, can be good things, and they're all probably part of the process of how we walk down that road. But this is an era of new vision in our communities across the country. I mean, you look at what they've done in Minneapolis, and you look at what police departments are considering doing and municipalities are considering doing across the country. I just don't want council, when we vote on this, to lose sight of what we're being called to do and what the real calls for us to consider are. And I know we're going to have, and Minnie, I would encourage you while you're here to let you know to attend a special city council meeting we have this Thursday at 7 o'clock, where we're going to get into some of the issues that are listed here that you heard earlier this evening in our public comment period. And I would definitely encourage that you come to that. So, we're going to continue working on this. And I just want to encourage council members, let's not lose sight of the big picture, and let's see how the parts of these 10 shared principles can really be turned into, the fruits of something bigger and something better that we can do down the line to really answer these calls we're hearing. Thanks.
Dennis.
Yeah, I kind of want to also encourage people to be patient with us as we move into really new directions in the community, which have been well expressed by the community members that have spoken tonight and the many emails that we've received. The success of the transformation of projects and work that can be lifted from the police department to other agencies is going to take some time to evolve and develop partnerships with the local community agencies, to have a conversation with them to know how they can be better supported through city finances if it's redirected. So before we can actually just start making random budget changes, which people have suggested currently, we have to know how and what partnerships to direct new program funding if we're going to do it in a rational and successful manner. So if it takes a few months up to half a year to process this workshop, which is going to help guide us with new principles, and then to come up with the policies that need to be created and the partnerships that we need to build to achieve those goals, I hope that the community will work with us and be patient as we make that evolution. Thank you.
Eric?
Let me suggest one very specific thing that will go in the direction that people are talking about. Stuart Levy mentioned that I had mentioned a long time ago, police preponderance of calls for mental health and addiction problems. And one of the ideas that was kicking around then was that we really need a facility, a dedicated facility where police who encounter somebody who needs to be referred for mental health or addiction could take a person there as opposed to taking them to the jail. And in the conversation then, that was supposed to be tied up with jail remodeling, jail reconstruction, and so forth. Well, in the intervening time, I, and maybe other people too, have lost hope that anything's going to happen at the county level with the jail anytime in the near future. So I think really I would, I'm bailing out, I'm sorry, but I will, comment from time to time as a citizen. But I really think that in the coming year, we really ought to consider jointly planning with Champaign to create a facility like that, that would remove people, that would move people in the right direction who need that, as opposed to who need to be taken to the jail. And that maybe could be an addendum or to capital improvement plan, or maybe there are outside funds that could come for that. But I think that could be a very high priority and very useful in moving in the direction that people are saying we ought to go.
Well, Eric, what you're talking about is really restructuring and reimagining our emergency response system. And I actually will follow up on your comment during reports of officers and have something very specific to share with you. So stay tuned.
Okay.
Anyone else want to make a comment?
Can I please make a comment real quick?
Sure.
I have talked with the county sheriff, and I invited him to also buy in and support the 10 principles. Although they're different, they don't have, what the city, but he agreed with me that he would be willing to also come and participate in the training, because you basically want consistency across the board. I mean, I know that the policing is different, and it looks different, but at some point in time, your paths are going to cross. And so just being familiar with what's being done in Urbana or what is done in Champaign will help, I'm sure, to help the county to do a better job also. So he has agreed, yes.
Sharice?
Ms. Pearson,
yes.
Another question that I have is, when like Urbana Police Department will be training during the 10 principles, as the years go by, will there be like retraining, and how would that happen? Not just with Urbana, like you said, the Champaign County Sheriff's Department, at least the chief or someone is willing to also participate in that. So is there some kind of like choo-choo train training where one trains another and trains another and trains another so that it stays current within the department?
What I hear you saying, I think, is that will there be follow-ups to see what is working and what we can do better? I'm going to let Mr. Moore do that, because I've been to places where they look at the 10 principles and they say, now, what do you see working? What is not working as well? How would we want to, kind of work with that? So, Mr. Moore, would you do that, please? Ed? You disappeared on me. Ed, would you do it, please?
That's what Bob does to me. I tell you what. Good old Bob, how are you? We compile a lot of qualitative data from all of these sessions, and then we send it back to the communities. And we mostly leave it to the communities to handle it how they want to, because that's not our role, as Bob said. But some very specific things have come up at most of the sessions, either by the community members or by the police, or very often by them talking together. And they will say, well, you know what? As a result of this is what we're going to do. And this is how we're going to follow up. And they make a commitment, and it's more about relationship building than it is policy. I'll say that. But to your question, is there follow-up and is there training? I would say that in every case that I know of, yes, because when police departments sign these principles, all of them put a poster up in their lobby and perhaps in other places, and then it's up to the police departments to use ways that they have. It's not a one and done thing like memorizing for a test. And then you pass the test. It becomes a lifestyle, and as your chief already said, they probably believe that they're doing a lot of these things, and probably they are. And so what this does, though, as Bob said, it gives some tools and it gives some language, some common language that you can all work together on in order to make things better.
Does that answer your question? You're muted.
Yes.
And Bob is back.
Yeah, it answers. Thank you. It does answer.
Okay, Bob, are you there?
I am. My phone went dead. Yeah, we are. I don't think that we have, we are continually in an evolving stage, and we evaluate all the time what we can do to enhance or to expand this whole process. And Ed and I and a couple of other the chiefs and Teresa, we all meet at the state level to evaluate everything that's going on, and then we try to look at what we can do to make it better. And so it's just remember that it's evolving, and if you want us to come back a second time, we have no objection to that. And so because we will be able to probably reach a different audience if we did come back. So those are some things that are out there that we always are open to.
You're going to do your press release. You're going to have the 10 principles. They're going to be on whatever size poster board you need them on. They are going to be signed and placed somewhere visible where your police and the sheriff would, the chief will do that, where they can see those at all times and refer to them. And I'm sure he's going to be meeting regularly with them, and they're going to talk about what's working. And a lot of times you can work out your own issues, but if, like Bob said, if you need them, they will be phone ready for you during this pandemic, or they'll be close by to answer questions. And I'm on the phone constantly with them, so you'll get the help that you need if you need it. But then we'll leave you the space to work out your the way you feel like it should go.
Great, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor Matt. Hey, Sharice, real fast to answer, to kind of I guess piggyback onto what you asked. One of our earliest phases of training is in the field training program. And we have a manual. And as you asked your question, he and I looked at each other and said, we got to get it in the manual, at the front of the manual. So this is part of the discussion. This is part of the tenets. This is part of what we want you thinking about as you go through. So there clearly, currently we hire about 4.6 officers a year. So in 1 year, there's 4.6 out, 4.6 new. We got to try to keep that fresh. And that's the initial field training is our best way of trying to sort of implement some of those trainings and strategies.
Hey, Bryant.
Yeah.
I know that our police officers are trained at the Police Institute at U of I. Is this something that could become part of the training at the Police Institute in also?
I don't know. Ed might be able to say if other academies, I think there's 7 academies throughout the state of Illinois. An academy has actually adopted that. I will tell you that I have been to many a graduation ceremony. And in that graduation ceremony, number 2 is really big about treating people with dignity and respect. So I know that they probably have these sort of woven throughout their program to some degree. I don't know though technically if any academy within Illinois has adopted that, and maybe Mr. Moore or Mr. Wojcicki could answer that.
Well, I think that's one of the things that's on our agenda, to have
Yes.
conversations with the academies, because we feel that these principals, as you can see, the municipal league has adopted them, and that's going to give us some more leverage to expand out even farther. But I think that we don't have a choice except at least to have the conversation with the academies and see where we can go to get them all. Also, I'd like to share one of the chiefs up north. He has adopted the principles, but he has also had each officer, each one of the employees in the department sign off that they have acknowledged these principles. And we were so impressed with him that how he has implemented. And so we're not telling people how to implement in their communities, but we think that there are just so many best practices that other chiefs are doing that all you have to do is look and see what they're doing and at least transport or at least try it in your community.
Okay, thank you. I think given our packed agenda, are people ready to vote on this resolution? Okay. Will the clerk please, thank you very much, Ms. Pearson, Mr. Moore, and Ms. Wojcicki. Can you tell me how you say your name?
Wojcicki.
Wojcicki. We look forward to working with you in planning the workshop, and we'll see you in September.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
All right.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Brown,
Yes.
Holbrook,
Emphatically, yes.
Percy,
Definitely, yes.
Jacobson,
Unmute, please, Eric.
Absolutely, yes.
Miller,
Reservedly, yes.
Roberts,
Yes, I support this very much.
Wu,
Yes, I support it as well.
That motion passes. We have a short presentation by the library, and then we'll go back to public input for the council meeting. Is Celeste Schote on? Do we have Celeste?
I'm looking for her now.
Doesn't look like she's here.
Yeah, I don't see her either.
Okay, all right. We'll see if she comes in later. All right, we'll return to public input for the city council meeting. Austin Hoffman.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So I just want to say regarding the NAACP 10.10 shared principles, I'm glad the conversation's happening. I'm disappointed it took us so long to even consider these principles. I wanted to add my concerns about them. One would be that diversifying police along race and gender lines has not been shown to have a meaningful impact on whether the police brutalize or kill people. Look at the folks that killed George Floyd. One was a person of color and one was an Asian American. Amber Geiger was a woman on the Dallas PD that didn't stop her from walking into Botham Jean's apartment and killing him in cold blood. On body cameras, I know that sometimes they can help, but body cameras and more training mean more money going towards police budgets to go through these anti-bias and diversity trainings which don't do anything, and more money to buy gadgets for surveillance, and that's not what our community wants. David McAtee was a black man killed in Kentucky on June 1st, and police didn't have their body cameras on as they were instructed to do so. Banning chokeholds is good. However, in places like New York, they've been banned long before the NYPD executed Eric Garner using that exact technique. These things mean more money for cops, and that is not what we want. Also, I have to comment on what was said by Mr. Ed Wojcicki. The comment that you don't think what happened in Minneapolis would happen in Illinois is absolutely disgusting. It is abhorring. Laquan McDonald was 17 years old when Jason Van Dyke shot him 16 times in Chicago. 16 times. Here in our own community, police killed 15-year-old Kiwan Carrington for trying to get in his own family member's house. In 2016, Champaign police killed an unhoused man, Richie Turner, for nothing. Your comments are an insult to their memories and lives, and you might as well spit on their graves, and you should be absolutely ashamed for saying what you did. What happened in Minneapolis does and continues to happen in Illinois because of people like you. I also want to add to Ms. Pearson's framing of the problem and that it is not just Black men and women, but also Black transgender men and women and non-binary people that are disproportionately subject to police violence and murder. Finally, the idea that communities being terrorized by police should be responsible for de-escalation is mildly putting it very problematic. Breonna Taylor was killed in a home invasion by police. Tamir Rice was killed for playing with a toy gun. John Crawford was killed for handling a toy gun in a Walmart. Eric Garner killed for selling loose cigarettes. Botham John killed for existing in his apartment. Atiana Jefferson killed for playing video games with her nephew. Sandra Bland killed for driving. None of their lives, not a single one of their lives, could have saved by being more well-versed in the law. Not a single one. Finally, I want to note for the record that the chief of police and deputy chief are not wearing masks, nor do they appear to be practicing appropriate social distancing, so it seems like they care about public health about as much as they do Black people in Urbana. Thank you.
Tariq Khan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, so my name's Tariq Khan. I'm a PhD candidate in history here. I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force. And when I moved here, I moved here from Virginia, which, in terms of white supremacy, I worked at a high school named for a Confederate general. And it had a high school for majority Black and brown students that had a shrine to a Confederate general in the school. So when I'm talking about white supremacy, I'm certainly not sort of singling out Champaign-Urbana as something that's sort of more racist than anywhere else in the United States. The entire United States is built on a foundation of white supremacy. Although when I moved here, I was somewhat surprised at how open the white supremacy is. I mean, I had neighbors call the police on a Black man who came to my house. The neighbors immediately assumed he was committing a crime and called the police. And the police showed up at my house saying, "We got a call, there was a Black man here." Not that there's a Black man committing a crime here, just there's a Black man here. I said, yeah, he's allowed to be here. And so I was pretty shocked at like the even as racist as where I came from was, I was shocked that it was so open. I never had neighbors calling police just for like, hey, there's a Black person. It was the way that I saw people doing here. But the discussion about police violence, how we deal with it, as a student of history, I feel like that some historical understanding needs to be brought to bear to how we deal with this problem of white supremacist police violence. And we need to look at the foundations of the modern police as we know them, how it developed. And the modern police as we know them today developed from three intertwined formations, one being the armed settler militias that mobilized to expel, eliminate, or contain indigenous nations, the armed slave patrols that mobilized to control the movement of Black people, to terrorize assertive enslaved Black people into submission, and to capture enslaved Black people who escaped enslavement. And then third, the armed units that the wealthiest people in the cities sort of mobilized as class control to protect their property, to keep these migrants, migrant proletarians from organizing labor unions, to smash labor unions, put down strikes, and to uphold the class structure. And so we can't really brush this history off when we're talking about who are the police and what is their function. Police can say, oh, our mission is this, but let's look at what they actually do and how they actually develop. Let's not look at what they say. And the facts tell us that the police still rest on the same foundation in the present day that they came from. They kill indigenous Americans at the higher rate than any other group. They kill Black people at the second highest rate. The settler colonial white supremacist foundations of policing are reflected in the prison system and statistics relating to income, jobs, housing, access to resources. And
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you. Your time is up, and I want to give everyone a chance to talk. Thank you. Ana Maria Esposito.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, I'm Anne Marie Esposito, and I'm a resident of Urbana. I would like to refer back to the 10 shared principles laid out by the NAACP. Seraphin stated the police department had already adopted many of these in some form or another. This is extremely contradictory with the treatment and arrest of Aaliyah Lewis. She was not treated with respect, and there was no de-escalation of force. On this alone, her charges should be dropped. It is clear these principles are not working here and in many other places in the United States. I would also like to thank Jared Miller for his comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christopher.
Hello, my name is Christopher Hansen. I'm an Urbana resident. I've been so for the last 18 years. I wanted to talk about a few items on your agenda. I noticed you're doing some more Civilian Police Review Board reappointments, and I'm wondering if the mayor or the council have sought any statements from these members. I mean, as we've figured out, the CPRB has been in a huge mode of failure for many years, and I'm wondering, do these reappointments, have they issued any statements to declare that they're going to be following their ordinance from now on? I noticed Megan McGinty is being reappointed. I've seen her at maybe one meeting, and she's never once responded to any email I've sent her over the past year. So maybe we need to consider how we field these people. Mayor Marlin just recently appointed Assistant City Attorney Kurt Borman to be the city's FOIA officer. And I'm wondering what new instructions the mayor may have given to Mr. Borman for handling public records. The city of Urbana has just started assessing huge fees upon residents who request records about the Urbana Police Department. And I recently asked for some body camera video for a fairly simple incident that I was a part of that happened over 2 months ago. And Kay Meharry issued a response for the city charging me $778 for that FOIA request. The city had never done this before. And I've submitted FOIA requests to the city of Champaign County, U of I Police Department, and I've never seen anything like this. Up until last month, Urbana was not charging any fees for public records. And the letter I received from Kay Meharry indicates that the city can actually charge these fees without my consent, and they can place a debt upon me. And what this does is it puts residents in a position where a simple email sent to the city asking for documents can essentially result in a hefty fine. And I believe this is being done purely to have the effect of making people afraid for asking for public records about the police department. And I see you have a discussion item tonight specifically on body camera video, and I sure would like to hear some explanation for why the city has adopted these new tactics to essentially fine citizens for taking interest in their government. And I see Kay Meharry is on the call tonight, so maybe she can explain this directly. I heard Dennis Roberts talking about reviewing the Urbana Police Department policies, and I kind of had to laugh because, well, we don't have access to the full UPD policies. They're redacted. Many of the portions we can't read, and I'm pretty sure the CPRB members and the city council members also don't have access to those policies. So I'm wondering why is it that the public isn't allowed to see the Urbana Police Department policies? That just seems crazy. And I tried to ask for this in a FOIA request as well, and they tried to charge me, $28 for the UPD policies, and they said they would still be redacted. So, I mean, we've got hundreds of people speaking at meetings, thousands of people marching in the streets, but from my perspective, looking at things that are taking place within the city, like access to public records, we're actually going in the wrong direction. And it seems to me that city staff are now working harder than ever to shut residents out. And I want to know where these people are getting their direction from. You know, more press releases and posters and declarations with flowery language like these shared principles, that isn't real change because the city doesn't actually follow any of these mission statements that they adopt. They just become talking points and claims for things that aren't actually happening. And these shared principles sound great, but we don't need more of these declarations. What we need is actually contend with tangible problems, and we need our city council to make real statements about real policy, real ordinance changes that we can actually do right now. And we're all waiting on you. We're waiting for that leadership. Thank you.
Tracy Chong.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tracy Chong, resident of Urbana. Civilian access to body camera footage, which will be discussed tonight, is a key component of police oversight and police accountability. As residents have made increasing requests for records related to police misconduct, which include body camera footage, Urbana has started charging fees for these footage and documents requested. The city has requested $100 for a single body camera footage and $20 for each PDF document. So footage for an incident could easily rack up to hundreds of dollars, making it impossible for civilian oversight of police body camera footage. My latest FOIA request for body camera video related to the Aaliyah Lewis and Cameron Busby arrest was denied by FOIA officer Kurt Bowman. His excuse: the Urbana Police Department has not flagged the body camera recording that I requested, so it would not be released. This also means that this body camera recording is scheduled for deletion in a few weeks. How is this possible? According to ordinance, once a formal or informal complaint is made, all body camera footage related to that incident has to be flagged. There have been months of residents complaining about the Aaliyah Lewis incident. How is there footage related to this incident that has not yet been flagged? I urge you to look and discuss this latest monetary hurdle to FOIA requests. Who are the FOIA officers and administrative assistants receiving the direction from? Who has authorized this drastic move by the city to withhold public records? Is the directive coming from City Administrator Carol Mitten or Mayor Marlin? Is it coming from FOIA Officer Kurt Bowman himself or City Attorney James Simon? I hope City Council members stop this hurdle to transparency. I would also like to follow up with a point that Minnie Pearson made about police officers living in the area they are policing. It should be noted that none of the officers involved in the Lewis incident live in Urbana. James Corey Coker and Oliver Marquez live in Champaign. Michael Cervantes and Eric Ruff live in Mohammed. Brian Wilfong in Ogden. Raymond Rich in Decatur. Ryan Ingram in Homer. Joshua Jeffers in Fisher. James Kerner in St. Joseph. St. Joe, Mohammed, Fisher, Homer are comprised of more than 98% white residents, compared to Urbana, which is comprised of 67% white residents. Jason Norton, who investigated the incident and gave the April 27 presentation, lives in Philo, Illinois, 99.1% white residents. Richard Sills, UPD's representative to the CPRB, lives in Tolono, 98% white. Even Police Chief Brian Serafin lives in Savoy. Having a residency requirement for Urbana police officers could be a step in increasing police accountability. There is value in having a police force that lives in a community that represents the diversity of the community it serves. Thank you.
Sarah Nixon.
My name is Sarah Nixon, and I'm a resident of Urbana. I'm giving public input tonight about the reappointment of police chief that I had tried to give at last Monday's meeting. On the morning of June 8th, City Council received scores of emails opposing Chief Serafin's reappointment, including one from me, in light of Aaliyah Lewis's ordeal at the hands of his officers. During that evening's City Council meeting, I changed my mind. Based on additional information, most crucially, a strong statement made by Mayor Marlin. Now, I may be naive by the standards of those who called for the chief's resignation, Certainly, I have been tragically naive in the past, trusting that the Urbana police would actually protect my child and myself from very real and terrorizing domestic abuse. I know firsthand the depths of bias, error, and wrongdoing that the UPD is capable of. Bias that includes sexism and, for many, racism, and other isms that taint their work and literally endanger the public. In our case, the UPD were unwilling, or at best incapable, of understanding and identifying very real domestic violence and child abuse. Women and children who speak up against abuse are routinely dismissed and vilified as liars, neurotic, aggressive, and deranged by their abusers and by the Urbana police. Aaliyah Lewis knows this, and I know because it happened to me too. I was not assaulted by the officers. They respected my white privilege, but they had contempt for the truth in our case, as they do for Aaliyah. They fabricated an anti-victim narrative in our case too. Now, I have no idea if Chief Seraphin was involved in the horrific mishandling of our case. Although I have my police file, I'm too traumatized to look for long through the paperwork and subject myself to re-gaslighting, re-traumatizing. Aaliyah's case has also re-traumatized me as an Urbana resident and galvanized me to find my voice and come forward and speak to you, city leadership, and be heard, at least here in these small moments of public input, in spite of deep trauma and in spite of my very realistic fear from experience of retaliation. Also, local advocates state that UPD has shown continued uninterest in engaging with experts to learn about the complex realities of domestic violence. And yet I revised my objection to reappointing Chief Seraphin because, Mayor Marlin, you explicitly acknowledged that it's clear that we have to reform many of our policing policies and practices, all the way from recruiting, hiring, training, evaluating, and establishing a system of accountability. And quote, we are all were absolutely appalled as we watched the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, watched the Aaliyah Lewis arrest in Urbana. Mayor Marlin said, we're going to be open, honest, and we need a police chief who has these qualities, and those who know Chief Seraphin and have worked with him know that he's willing to work with us to make the changes we need. So City Council, these systemic changes begin with Aaliyah Lewis, and they must include a deep and unflinching review and transformation of toxic departmental attitudes that re-victimize female targets of violence. We know that Ms. Lewis did not commit battery of a police officer. We know that she resisted attack, not arrest. No one even told her she was under arrest. She struggled, went into survival mode, and fought back in self-defense. So in closing, as we stand here on the eve of her court hearing, we call again for city leadership and the chief to push for all charges to be dropped, just as you would if this was your daughter, and to issue an apology to Ms. Lewis and compensation for her injuries. Consider it a wise and valuable investment in the future for police-community relations that you say you want for Urbana. I'm taking a leap of faith because I hope and I choose to believe that Chief Seraphin really is capable of radically transforming policing in this community and is willing to take on this historic challenge.
Thank you. Ben Jocelyn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there, everyone. I want to talk briefly on a couple of counts. First, I appreciate the NAACP for being here and their historical leadership. I do want to point out that the recent movements have not been led by the NAACP, neither locally nor nationally, and that their requests, while historical and relevant, do not meet the demands that we've been putting forward as a community. And I think it would be foolish for you to believe that waiting till September for the workshops they put forward are in any way going to satisfy the demands that we've been putting forward earlier today. If any one of the police officers in our current force is unwilling or was unwilling before tonight to sign any of those principles, we have bigger problems than I thought, and I am not a fan of our police department. Reform has been tried. There are lots of things that have shown time and time again that reform does not work. Anti-bias trainings have been put forward. You see that police officers do a better job of responding on questionnaires, but it does not have meaningful impact on the way that they treat members of the community. I am not about reforming the police. I'm not about trying to give them more bias trainings. Those things have been shown to not work. They were shown in '92 after the race riots. They were shown after Ferguson. We have tried reform. We put more money into body cameras. We put more money into accessibility and accountability. And we continue to see people dying on the streets, not only nationally, but locally. And that is not okay. I also want to go on to say that we still need to drop the charges against Aaliyah Lewis. the fact that you all say that you can't do anything is not true. You could put out a statement that says, we want the charges against Aaliyah Lewis to be dropped. They are charged on behalf of the Urbana police officers. Those charges you can request to be dropped, and that would be impactful in the eyes of Julia Reitz. So that is something that you can absolutely do, and I am thoroughly urging you to do that because it makes a difference in the quality of her life from here until eternity, and that matters. Her life matters. Black lives matter, and you have the capacity to do something about it, and you have not done so over months and months of the citizens of this town coming to you and saying time and time again, please do something, and you have not. And so I'm asking you once again to stop saying we can't do anything and at least commit to saying we have asked, we have tried, we have done the things within our power, which you have failed to do thus far. Thank you very much. Have a nice night.
I see Julia Rush.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm an educator in Urbana, and I cannot begin to express the amount of times my students, 9 and 10-year-olds, specifically Black students, have expressed their fear of the police. You've heard the people you work for tell you repeatedly to defund the police, and then we just had to listen to the executive director of Illinois Police talking about hanging up posters as if that would do anything. There are posters in my classroom stating our classroom principles, but I'm not stupid enough to think that's enough. My 4th graders know that when there is an issue, our classroom community needs to come together and restructure and come up with solutions, not just keep doing what caused and perpetuated the issue. The issue is the institution of policing, an institution with extremely racist beginnings and an institution with racist and brutal implementation in our community. Additionally, many council members who have spoken today keep using the term reimagining. We're not just asking you to reimagine a new system, we are telling you to defund and deconstruct our current policing system, to give the community the power to reconstruct in a way that actually serves us. Drop the charges against Aaliyah Lewis, defund the police. Thank you.
Allison?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I spoke during the budget hearing. I'm speaking again because the last hour and a half have made it clear that this city council is going to attempt to essentially push public opinion about the police under the rug or under a poster, essentially. I'd like to point out that anyone can sign a paper saying they agree to a vague outline of principles without actually doing anything. We do it all the time when we sign the terms and conditions on our, Apple accounts or any other piece of technology. Anyone can ignore a poster hanging in a lobby or in a classroom or in a police station, and to even raise these ideas as somehow able to reform or fix a historically deeply flawed system that has demonstrably hurt citizens of this city and this county, and to say that that signing a piece of paper, that hanging a piece of paper on the wall is going to even begin to address those things is it's offensive and disrespectful to the people of this city. And especially to the Black and brown communities who are most hurt by police, to the working class communities that are most hurt by police, to folks who have been victims of domestic violence and other crimes who have been ignored or not well enough helped by police that are ill-equipped to deal with those circumstances. And we have seen nationally, historically, that reform doesn't work. I just got home from Minneapolis, in a massively progressive city that attempted to lead police reforms. Clearly, reform did not work there. We've seen that for the past, several weeks of national uprising. I'm from New York City that attempted to ban chokeholds well before Eric Garner's execution via chokehold on the streets of New York. Clearly, that reform did not work there. And so to suggest reforms, and especially to suggest non-action items, just basic outlines of principle, is not even a Band-Aid on a massive gaping wound. It's like it's like maybe splashing a little bit of water on it and saying that it's clean and it's fine and it's going to go away. I want to ask, you reference Obama's task force, his pillars of 21st century policing, which were, as far as I know, published in 2015. I want to ask how well those have helped in any city of our country in the last 5 years, and what the evidence of the last several months has shown us about those pillars. I want to ask if these places that are being vaguely referenced where reform has been great and reform has happened and there's been de-escalation training, I want to ask how many of those police departments have recently gassed their own citizens or shot them with quote unquote less lethal rounds, which we've seen able to kill, we've seen able to destroy people's eyes and the bones in their hands. I want to ask, where any of the evidence is coming from that makes you think that this is the time for posters and signing declarations.
Thank you. We have time for about 5 more comments, and then we need to move on. Has anyone not spoken tonight? Alina Sotos?
You need to unmute, Elena.
Elena, go ahead.
Okay, hi. My name is Elena Sotos. I am a undergraduate student at the University of Illinois, and I grew up in Chicago. I wanted to reiterate previous statements about my own lack of support for Urbana police reform, and instead for the city of Urbana to defund and divest its policing system. Just like many others who have spoken today, I see the performative nature of the 10 principles and the hollowness of its attempt at addressing the issues of systemic racism in this country. They're abstract and fail to pinpoint the very concrete acts of racism, white supremacy, and terrorism that our policing systems exhibit. Furthermore, Ed contradicts himself when he says that instead of defunding the police, we need to fund other systems of community service as well, when the very act of increasing the policing budget is taking away from funding other systems of community support. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Close.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Marlin. My name is Emily Close. I live in Champaign. I have attended the 3 most recent meetings of the Urbana Civilian Police Review Board, 1 in October 2019 and 2 in January of this year. The Civilian Police Review Board is supposedly staffed and supported by the City of Urbana Human Relations Office. Yet, at none of these 3 meetings did I see Vasilia Clark, who is the Human Relations Officer for Urbana. Perhaps it's because Ms. Clark works only 19 hours per week. That's 19 hours a week for a job that is absolutely critical to the oversight and functioning of the CPRB, which, as we now know, has had no oversight whatsoever for the last 5 years and can best be described as having gone off the rails. Mayor Marlin, it's indefensible that you and the City Council reappointed Ms. Clark on June 10th with no real discussion about what's best for the community when it comes to a human relations officer. Surely the Human Relations Officer is more than just another run-of-the-mill mayoral annual staff appointment. Yet there is no discussion that Ms. Clark has been improperly rejecting complaints because they haven't been notarized. No mention that Ms. Clark doesn't attend CPRB meetings, especially no mention that Ms. Clark retired from full-time employment with the City of Urbana and then returned part-time as a Human Relations Officer on January 2nd, 2017. Perhaps the public is also unaware that within the last few months, 4 of the major players who were supposed to support the CPRB, Human Resources Director Todd Rent, Community Relations Specialist Preston James, a retired Urbana police officer, his wife Monique James, also an employee of the Urbana Police Department, and Civilian Police Review Board Chair Grace Mitchell, jumped or were pushed from the sinking ship that is the Civilian Police Review Board. Mayor Marlin and council members, this seems like an opportune time to reimagine the board and its city support staff and give hard thought to how this board can best serve the public. In closing, I suggest that all of you read Urbana City Code section 19-20 and ponder how you have failed the citizens of Urbana when it comes to providing civilian oversight of the Urbana Police Department through the CPRB. A News Gazette article in Saturday's paper said that the review board will meet this Wednesday to, quote, consider changes to make it more responsive, end of quote. One way to make it more responsive would be to engage a human relations officer who actually shows up literally and figuratively and does this critically important job with integrity, competence, and diligence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bo Barber.
Bo Barber was already called. Megan hasn't been called. Elizabeth Simpson hasn't been called.
Oh,
Shannon.
Elizabeth Simpson, yes. I think Megan has been.
Megan forwent her input to make input in this meeting, and you told her she could.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, we'll go with Megan first and then Elizabeth Simpson, and then that will have to be the end of public input so we can move on to the discussion of the budget and the other items. I think that's what people also are wanting to hear. Can you unmute Elizabeth?
I think you unmuted me. It's Megan.
Oh, sorry, Megan.
Well, for one, it's really disappointing that you're not going to allot the 2 hours for public input. I think that's what people actually want because we already know you're going to approve the budget because you have the July 1st deadline. But anyway, I'll start off. My name is Megan McDonald. I'm from Ward 5. I want to mention first that we didn't put you in those seats. You ran unopposed. If you continue ignoring us, we will vote you out. Maybe that's what you want. Second off, I want to thank Miller, Roberts, and Brown by saying yes to Smile Politely's question of do you believe that funding for law enforcement agencies should be reduced and diverted to other resources? You've saved us some time in emails. Saying yes to this question, I believe, is the bare minimum you could do. Mayor Marlin, your response was not one of a leader, but one of a cop sympathizer. You should have just said no, because we all have witnessed over your political career here as mayor how far you will go to make sure the police are heard and funded, but your constituents are silenced, like right now. Your answer is a textbook technique of answering the press. Answer the question you wish they had asked you. You listed every reason, much like District Attorney Reitz did in a Facebook response, about why the police need these millions of dollars that they do. Administration, parole officers, or salaries, investigation, expungement of cannabis records, animal control, just to name a few of the reasons you gave to attempt to justify this egregious overspending. You spent a few sentences semi-acknowledging the injustice Black people have faced nationally, but nothing about the injustices and mistakes happening here. Then on Juneteenth, you shared an article where you pulled a quote that essentially read that all of these following things are violent. Starving a child, suppressing a culture, neglecting school children, punishing a mother and her child, discrimination against a working man, discriminatory housing, ignoring medical needs, contempt of poverty, even the lack of willpower to help humanity is a sick and sinister form of violence, end quote. I want to let you know that you and the police are active complicit facilitators in this exact violence that you quoted. Just in the last 24 hours, a young Black woman from Urbana who is without a home and is neurodivergent was arrested on trespassing charges. I know she is without a home. She is a sweet person who needs help. Why was she sitting in a jail cell? Why does she now have to deal with the court, the fees, the hostility that comes with being in said court system? That is violence. A violent painted summed up picture from 3 weeks ago. 90% Black young folks from May 31st. standing and protesting in the aftermath of police violence against them. They were threatened and kettled in after a cop had just maced a young Black woman in Champaign, Prospect Avenue, during a respiratory pandemic. Prove to me that they used de-escalation tactics. You can't. Around 8 p.m., arrests were made to anyone still present at the scene, and felony charges were given out without a second thought. These young working class people, are mostly parents, are dealing with the violence that you quoted. Do not sit up there and say you adopt these affirmations from the NAACP when you do not hold life to the highest value. You are allowing, encouraging, and overpaying these cops to patrol and inflict violence on our community. Do you know what a felony is? It's 1 year at least in prison. That is violence. That could kill someone at the most and give them severe health issues at the least. Things that you could do right now. You could fire the police chief. You could direct staff to reduce the police budget. You're chief executive of Urbana. You have a ton of discretion of setting city policy. Drop the charges against Leah Lewis, against these 26 people. Defund the police. Black Lives Matter. Prove it. And Ed, this very easily could have happened here in Illinois. Richie Turner, Kewan Carrington, Laquan McDonald have been murdered by the police. Leah Lewis could have easily been suffocated to death. This is not an attack. This is a reminder that we know you are complicit in the actual attacks against the Black community and other vulnerable people. Thank you.
And the final speaker tonight, Elizabeth Simpson.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. My name is Elizabeth Simpson. I've lived in Urbana since 2000. I worked in the Urbana Public Schools for about a decade, and I've been working with a variety of organizations in the community around safety and issues of racial violence and discrimination for about this 20 years. I want to first say thank you for your time and remind us that Fannie Lou Hamer is responsible for the phrase, "I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." And that phrase came in response to white Northern students who were kind of tired of sitting around and trying to wait for this thing that was going to happen. And her response was, "You've come from the North. You're tired. You've been tired for like 3 days. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I've had my whole life to live this through." And so I want to remind us all that as we endure things that seem grueling, like listening to long meetings, it's nothing compared to the legacy of violence in our community that we have the opportunity now to shift. So to that point, as I have said before, this is a historic moment that we are watching now. We used to say this loudly in the early 2000s, the whole world is watching. And as we can see, as many, many different communities around the country, I sent you a letter including about 20 examples of your peers who are making changes in policies regarding police. We are watching, and the question in the future will be, what side are you on? You will be asking yourself that. We will be looking at you and knowing those answers. As other people have said, I am one of the people, I'm really tired of writing you letters asking you to demand the charges against Leah Lewis be dropped. That is something that you can make that request, as other people have said, as individuals or as a council. Ms. Lewis's pretrial date is tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. I invite you to come out to the courthouse and show your support, but more than that, I invite you as a council to make a statement asking the state's attorney to drop the charges. And then with regard to the police budget, just a reminder, as other people have said, that the police budget is $3 million more than the public's work budget, and it's 150 times greater than the total budget for social services. So just again, 150 times larger than the total budget for social services. That's the police budget. And I think Jared Miller phrased it quite accurately earlier in saying we need to unburden the police of the many roles heaped upon them, which they cannot address, that they have not been trained for. I really appreciated that phrasing. We have to stop looking for police to address the things they cannot do. There's a phrase, you can't get bread from a hardware store, and it is true. We cannot look to the police to address the many things that they're doing, especially given their history. And in closing, I'll say that Merriam-Webster recently changed the definition of racism to include systemic racism. And you, as I am, but in a different role, you are part of the system of systemic racism. And if you are not actively acting to change it from the inside, especially given your position of power in which you can enact change, then you are perpetuating it. Right now, recent polls suggest 54% of Americans support protests against police violence. So there's a majority voice across the country. This is the time to push hard for change that's going to affect us. As I said, please review the many, many different city councils who are making these changes. And we will get to this place. We will move past a police state, a police community, with or without you. But I look forward to being able to say that you have led us in joining the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to unfinished business, and there is none. Reports of the standing committees, and this would be the committee of the whole. Mary Alice?
All right. Resolution number 2020-06029, a resolution approving the capital improvement plan for 2020 has been moved out of committee with a recommendation for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Sharice. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Brown,
Yes.
Colebrook,
Yes.
Percy,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu.
Yes.
That motion passes. Next up is resolution number 2020-06-030R.
On behalf of the committee, I move that resolution, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement with International Association of Firefighters Local 1147 with a, for approval.
I'll second that.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Eric.
Yeah.
Any discussion? Was that Eric?
Yes, it was.
Okay, any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Colebrook,
Yes.
Percy,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu.
Yes.
That motion passes. Last up is ordinance number 2020 to, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mary.
All right. On behalf of the committee, I move approval for ordinance number 2020-06034, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code Chapter 3, Section 3-43, increasing the number of Class C liquor licenses for Mama Tried LLC DBA, the Rose Bowl Tavern at 106 North Race Street in Urbana, Illinois.
I do have one correction. That should be for Class A licenses. Did you read Class A?
I read Class C, so
Yeah, it's
yes.
for Class A.
Increasing the number of Class A liquor licenses.
Yes, and the ordinance is correct.
Okay, I'll second that one.
Okay, moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Dennis. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Colebrook,
Yes.
Percy,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu.
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you, Mary Alice. Reports of special committees. I don't think there are any. Reports of officers. I believe Lori Pearson had.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that the Small Business Assistance Program is accepting applications from small businesses in Urbana that have faced some challenges as a result of the pandemic. Information, including eligibility and the applications, are all available on the front page of the city website.
Any questions for Lori? Jared?
Lori, have you gotten any yet?
Yes, the latest count was from this morning that I got, and it was a handful already, so I imagine we have several more since then.
Cool, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Lori. Any other reports of officers? I did want to share some information with the council and the public. And first of all, I want to say to the public and to everyone who has been speaking and emailing us, we do hear you. We are listening. We understand what you're saying. We truly do. And I think we have all, in one way or another, have acknowledged that this is a time, this is a turning point in our nation's history. We hear the calls for shifting resources, and we recognize the need to shift resources to functions that can actually meet the needs of the people. Over the years, we've acknowledged we've defaulted to policing to respond to to needs because it's been much easier than really addressing the systemic issues that we have related to racial, social, economic injustices. And again, the horrific killing of George Floyd is a turning point in our history. So I wanted to let you know, as mayor of Urbana, I commit to restructuring our emergency response and care system to one that better addresses the needs of the people, especially ones who are calling for help. I see this as an effort that complements traditional policing response. I also see there will be a need for both in our community. And I've had conversations both with police officers, with community members in recent days, and I believe all would welcome this approach, which is to share the burden that the police have been shouldering these years. This restructuring is going to take a lot of thought. It's going to take time. It's going to need a plan that we can follow and a plan for keeping these systems sustainable. And I don't know yet what that process will be. I think that's where we can call on the creativity and the expertise that we're seeing in community members to help us come up with a plan and approach for how we're going to restructure things in our city. But as a first step, which will demonstrate what one component of what I see this restructured response system could look like, I've directed staff to focus on how we respond to calls for service involving people with mental health issues, especially mental health crises. And we get actually a surprising number of calls for service center around this issue. These are the cases that require intense efforts from police officers. Many of our officers have crisis intervention training, and these cases can take up an entire shift, sometimes with several officers by the time they respond, deal with an individual, and try to resolve the issue. And that's one of the areas that really we need other professionals responding to. So the current model that we have, the tools that we have are inadequate. You can either, if you're responding to emergency like this, you can, and they're all three rather unsatisfactory options. You can take a person to jail where they do not belong at all, to the hospital, or you try to resolve a crisis on the scene, but that doesn't solve anything long term. And what we're finding is that episodes can repeat over and over and over again. And so officers are responding to calls to help the same person over and over and over again. And that doesn't help, it doesn't move the needle. So I wanted to let you know that planning has been underway for some time for an alternative response model. The project really hadn't gotten off the ground for several years, but it's time to launch it. So involved in this has been Urbana Police Department Lieutenant Joel Sanders, who does the crisis intervention training for the department. He's been meeting with representatives from Carl Hospital, from Rosecrans, which is the behavioral health center here in town, See You at Home, and other agencies. And they've developed a response model they're calling One Door. And the idea behind this is that one door opens to a single location for service that recognizes both the immediate crisis or the needs of an individual and then the ongoing needs of that person. So One Door will reduce the police contact with people in crisis by providing a trained crisis worker in the field and a case manager who can help the individual identify and receive the appropriate services. There's still some details to be worked out about this, but we plan to bring this proposal to council in August with a budget attached to it for your consideration. And as I said, this is just one example of what one component of an overall restructured emergency response system would look like. And I think it'd be a very good place to start. It would meet a real need, and it would make a real difference in our community because we do respond to a significant number of calls for service like this. So that is one option that I hope that we can have that we will be having a discussion about in August, as an example. And in the meantime, we have a lot of other work to do as well. I also wanted to let you know, it's been mentioned already, there is a special meeting of the Civilian Police Review Board on Wednesday at 5:30. A number of different changes that have been are being made in response to the comments and input we've received from the public, and then the board members will begin looking at long-term changes in terms of the complaint process and possible amendments to the CPRB ordinance itself. So they are responding. I don't disagree with any of the comments. The CPRB for many years has not functioned the way it should, and it's one of many things we have to fix around here, and we're getting on it. And finally, I wanted to let the public know that I've signed a contract with a firm that will conduct the independent review of the police interaction with Aaliyah Lewis. It's Chicago-based Hillard Hines, and included in their scope of work, they'll review the UPD operation and tactical practices, supervision, policies and procedures relevant to the case. They'll conduct interviews, they'll benchmark our current policies and practices against model policies, and they will directly engage community members regarding their expectations on the police department use of force. They'll be interviewing UPD employees responsible for policy and training, and they will investigate the allegation that one or more police officers asked a bystander who posted the video of the incident to remove it from social media. They will, and that was one of the key criteria that I had when we were identifying a firm, was this ability, a firm that had the bandwidth to do the interviews with community members and council members. So we anticipate a delivery date of July 31st, and they will make a presentation to council and be available to answer questions. And we'll be posting information about the firm and a copy of the contract on the website. Okay, under new business, we have ordinance number 2020-06-035, which is an ordinance approving fiscal year 2020 to 2021 annual budget. Elizabeth Hannon, who's here, I wanted to, we'll go over her memo. I also wanted her to be able to clarify some of the misunderstandings I think that I was hearing in some of the public comments just about percentages and that sort of thing in the budget. So I'll let Elizabeth start.
Yeah, and I'm gonna start by sharing something on my screen here, if I can figure that out. Okay, do you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. So the total budget that we are asking you to approve tonight would be $48.8 million for all funds. And I know you've all seen my charts and graphs many times, but just to make sure this is clear to others who have not seen it, when we look at the budget for all city funds, we do not include interfund transfers, and that's so that we can avoid double counting the same money twice. So the $48.8 million for all funds is 32% public works, which includes capital improvements, 21% police department, 16% fire department, 12% community development. So you'll notice that those percentages are somewhat different than what you see in the general fund. And the reason for that is that in many of these areas, particularly public works and community development, they're using a significant amount of funds from other sources outside the general fund. I'm also going to point out that this general services piece here in gray, that those are things that really can't be attributed to a single department, like the VERF and the retained risk fund, where we pay for insurance and liability and workers' comp claims. So I'm
I'm gonna take that down now. So really what you have in front of you tonight with this ordinance is a list of changes or things that will be different from what was in the proposed budget book that you received a couple of weeks ago. And so the biggest changes are, well, the single largest one is adding $1 million for an expenditure for the MCOR project, which will be fully reimbursed by the water company. I think it was just somebody wasn't really clear about the fact that even though we get reimbursed, we still have to budget the expenditure. And so we'll clean that up. The next largest item is a correction on fire department salaries, which is about $440,000. And there's quite a long list there, including some items to reconcile the budget to the capital improvement plan that you approved. I did note in the memo for you that due to the current coronavirus situation, there was a bill passed in the Illinois legislature which would allow you to take more time with this. I don't recommend that, and the reason is that if you choose to do that, we would be required to use our current year budget as our budgetary control for the next fiscal year. And that means that some pretty significant things probably would be unable to move forward, and that would mostly affect capital improvement projects. For example, that $1 million that would be part of the MCOR project would not be available to us because it's not in the current year's budget. And I would say the first 3 or 4 things on that list would be capital improvement projects, closely followed by grants and community development. So I won't go through the whole list, but if you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Elizabeth, before we start with council questions, there several people raised the issue of an increase in the police department budget.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak to that?
So yes, I think that came up last week or the week before, and we talked about that a little bit. But the biggest change, the comparison that we were looking at that time was between fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20. And the largest part of that change was had to do with pension funding and the timing of the property tax receipts that were delayed in FY19 and then received in FY20. Those passed through the police department budget. And so when they're delayed, then we spend less in one year and then that gets added on to the next year. It was a fairly unusual situation, but that was also combined with our general plan to increase pension funding to pay down our unfunded liability. So that was the largest part of that change.
Okay. Mary Alice.
So Elizabeth, just to dial into that a little bit more. So you're saying that in fiscal year 20, the budget was 11.5 million for police, and part of that was because the property tax came in late. Is that correct? Did I get that correctly?
Right.
So if that's the case, I'm wondering why our estimated proposed budget is 11.1. So was that impacted of the late timing of the property tax about $300,000? Is that what that impact is?
So
I guess let me just dial down to the biggest question. So I'm wondering why, if the amount was so big in fiscal year 20, why that's not decreased to the same amount in fiscal year 21.
So, I mean, I'd have to go back to, to line item detail to be really specific. But what I have here in the fiscal year 20 revised budget is 11.3, and the fiscal year 21 proposed is about 10.9 if we don't include the school resource officers, which was a significant change. And that's general fund part of the budget.
So I think we have about 263,000 allocated to the SRO, which is then most of that is transferred back in through the school district.
Mm-hmm.
So if you subtract that, then really we're at 10.9. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. My second question had to do with the increase in the $900,000, which was a budget error for the impact on the general fund. Right now, what I see is about half of that is for fire ops salary. Can you confirm that that's about half of that amount?
Right. Correct. Yes.
Okay, so half of that is for fire ops salary. That seems pretty big. I'm curious why that happened.
So I don't know that I can't be extremely specific, but the financial system actually generates those projections for us. And what we discovered when we went back and looked after we realized that the number looked too low is that salaries for certain firefighter positions were not budgeted at the correct amounts. And so the person who created those positions, I think she understands what happened, and it's something that we can avoid in the future. But it just, out of all of our 260 employees, there were certain number for which the payroll system incorrectly calculated the next year's salary.
So does that mean that it's in alignment with last year's salary amount with this new correction? Or is this an increase?
I'm going to look at that for you here. I'm sure it's an increase because, as we know, they're getting a pay increase as part of the labor agreement that you just approved.
Yeah, but it's 1 to 1.5. It's shouldn't
Right.
increase by $400,000. Right.
Sorry, I missed part of that.
I was just saying that it's just a small percentage, so it's not going to impact us by $400,000. So the proposed budget was about $3 million. It went up to $4.4 million, so it's about $400,000 difference. That's about a 10% increase.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like our current year is about 4.26.
Okay. So,
and we would be at about 3.9 plus the 400,000, so we'd be at about 4.4, 4.5.
okay. All right. And then I know that we had talked about the overtime. I think we had a budget amendment last year to correct for the overtime, and I'm just assuming that that did not get carried over with the increase that we had to do last year for the overtime.
So the budget amendment itself didn't automatically carry over, but we did have a request from the fire department for additional funding for overtime, which was added to the budget as we went through the budget process.
So is that in alignment with what we spent this year? So we added $340,000 into the overtime for fire.
Yeah, so the 340 is actually one of those errors that we talked about. That was kind of the baseline level based on last year's budget before the amendment. And what happened was, for some reason, when we went through and added the increase, it overwrote that and it replaced it with the increase amount. So when you look at your...
All right, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I understand. So at the end of the day, we have $48.8 million in funds, and it looks like we are close to $1 million off of what we anticipated when we first got the budget. Is that accurate? $2 million if you include the MCOR.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, I'll reserve my comments for later, but those are my questions for you, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Any other questions for Elizabeth? Jared.
I'll just pose this to Elizabeth because I plan to pose it to council during discussion, but I appreciate your input, Elizabeth. Because we've heard so many calls for things that I am probably not out of line saying that there's not going to be support of council doing in this budget, even though I would support doing that work. I think that there's probably room for us to do something rather than nothing in passing this budget. I don't know because of the late hour that we're going to be able to do that tonight, but I do know that we have a open Monday next Monday on the 29th. It's supposed to be our Monday, our 5th Monday of the month, and our Monday off. And I know other council members are probably not going to be happy to hear me say, let's have another meeting. But if we were to delay a vote till that Monday, even though we're still going to get it in before July 1st, I'd like your opine if that is going to be putting us into muddy waters, or if we needed to take a week to consider how we can get something into this budget done to, work with the concerns of our community. Is that possible, and can we approach that on Monday next week?
Actually, Jared, we have set aside tomorrow from 5:30 to 7 if we need to continue this meeting. We won't have, some of our staff won't be here next Monday. So the continuation of this meeting will be to tomorrow night. Before the BPAC meeting at 7.
I understand. Okay.
So I would just say this. I mean, so the budget is dollars and cents, but it represents a plan to provide certain services. And without knowing what the plan is, I am not quite sure how we would create a different budget for you that represents that plan.
Oh, I'm not even talking about creating a whole new budget. Obviously, that's completely out of the question at this point. We would have to be working on that for an FY22 budget. But I'm just talking about even taking into consideration some of these things that people have brought up, even line items such as the K-9 unit, which people have made very good arguments in my eyes about being an unnecessary expenditure. I mean, it's $50,000. Yeah, in the grand scheme of our $48 million budget, it's not a lot, but anything and everything counts. And, I know that, it's getting late and I don't want to belabor the point, but I'd like to take action on something. And that's my intention, not to try and redo the budget, because I know there's not going to be will in council to do that at this point.
So I would say this about that particular item. So what you're looking at is a vehicle that's in the budget for next year when you talk about that K-9 unit. It's a vehicle that's equipped for the K-9. I would assume that even if we weren't going to have the K-9, we probably still require that vehicle. It's just going to be equipped differently. There's a K-9 actually budgeted in the VERF, so it's not as simple as just like picking one item out of the budget and changing it. It probably affects, potentially multiple items.
Okay. I'll save the rest of my comments with council.
Any other questions? Okay. Council comment?
Can we have comment without a motion?
Oh, we need a motion. Thank you. Okay. Would you like to move?
Sure, I'll move to get it on the table, move approval of, lost my agenda. Move approval of ordinance number 2020-06-035, ordinance approving fiscal year 2021 annual budget.
I'll second that.
Before we begin discussion, Elizabeth, can you speak to the fact that we're going to be revisiting this budget again late summer, early September? Is that correct?
Sure, yeah. So the plan, and I think we talked about this when we presented the budget, is that given the current situation with the COVID-19 pandemic and kind of uncertainty about our financial picture and how that's going to look, the current plan is that August, September, we will come back with an updated forecast, and then we'll be, of course, revisiting, at that time, we'll make a recommendation, which might be, hey, everything's okay. We can, keep things going, for the period of time that we think it's necessary, or, we may have to talk about budget reductions. Really, the recommendation is going to depend on our evaluation at that time. But we would definitely be revisiting and having another discussion in the fall, and and probably amending the budget at that time. Also, as you know, we generally amend the budget multiple times during the fiscal year in any case. So.
There are multiple opportunities, and actually after August, we should have a better idea of what this new one-door approach to the emergency response for mental health crises would be as well. So that would be an opportunity to reallocate some of the funds as well. Eric.
Just for clarification, when we do budget amendments, when council does budget amendments during the year, typically, mostly, that is increases. Although sometimes it's a reduction and an increase, sometimes transfer. So am I right that council could take the initiative at any time during the year to propose any reduction that it wished, that a couple of council members could put such a proposal on the table?
Yeah, so if there were a proposal like that, then I could work to put together an appropriate budget amendment to reflect, you know, the details of whatever the proposal was.
Bill.
Yeah, for further clarification, when we pass this budget, it only takes a majority vote. What's the vote necessary when we pass a budget amendment?
It requires a supermajority, so it requires 6 of 8 votes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I do have some discussion if we're ready to start discussion.
Yes.
So with reference to the K-9 unit, I did bring that up, and I brought up a couple other things in the police budget a couple weeks ago. I appreciated the input from Mr. Patel because I didn't get a chance to look at the statistics, but I do remember that when we were discussing the traffic stops and everything, we really cut down a lot on how much we use the K-9 units. I think it was down to 10 or 15 sniffs per year. But I also think that, you know, over the years we talked about and eventually decriminalized marijuana, and now the state's legalized it. Creates, you know, an interesting situation where a dog's going to be alerting on marijuana because it was trained to, and now it's legal. So even if you're looking for meth or something, you're going to get an alert. So it just kind of exacerbates that whole situation where it's possible to use the dog to give you greater access. And so you know, I appreciate all the work that the officers have done with the dog, and if you know, if it turns out that it gets eliminated, I hope they can keep the dog. I know there's a lot of bonds that get formed and everything, but so I will offer an amendment to remove the K-9 vehicle from the VERF this year, and that all it's doing is not allowing that particular vehicle to be replaced this year. Maybe it has another year on it, and it'd give you time to wind down that operation. If you, I don't know if we can force you to do that, but that would be the advice from council, I think, by sending that message. So I'm not sure exactly how to do that, but I think on page 142, there's a fund statement with the VERF, with the proposed being 2.2 million, 2,216,576. So my amendment would be to reduce that by $48,091. That's the cost of the K-9 vehicle. And that would probably affect how much the police contribute to the VERF, but I didn't know how to calculate that. So we could do a budget amendment on that later. My other offer would be to reduce on page 73 salaries and benefits for police patrol. It's currently at $6,143,870. I'd like to propose reduce that by 4%, and that would carry over to page 75 and reduce all the items in salary and benefits by 4% as far as I can tell. on the police patrol unit. And the purpose for that is partially because it would free up that canine officer to do a little bit more patrol. They wouldn't have as much, they wouldn't have to worry about, care of the dog as much. And so you'd get a little bit of savings there. We also have about a half-time position being saved because we were providing that for free at the as a SRO, school resource officer, and now both full-time positions are being fully funded by the school board. And then again, we have this sort of peace dividend from the marijuana legalization that hopefully will have an impact. We also have a pandemic that has grossly diminished traffic in the area. I did pull up the incidents from this year compared to the average of the last 5 years. This is all on open data. Anybody can pull that up. But traffic offenses for the months March through May, and that could change. Maybe we're going to have an average summer, and when students come back, it'll go up. I don't think it'll ever get back to average this year, especially if all large events are canceled. I don't know if bars will be open as late. If they are open, they have reduced capacity. It's kind of unpredictable, so I appreciate being able to look at this again in the fall, and if we need to make adjustments, we can. But I think it's good to try to right size it from the beginning. But yeah, traffic offenses are down 72% for those 3 months. Accidents are only down 25%. Theft is down 27%. Batteries down 7%. Warrants and summonses down 44%. Domestic disputes are actually up 2%. But overall, the police incidents we're down 31% in March, 45% in April, 42% in May. So, there could be less demand and more opportunities for training, but I'd say we're pretty safe reducing that and allowing positions to stay open, basically, and by reducing the budget for that.
Can you summarize your two?
Yeah, so I'll try to put it in the form of an amendment. I'll move to amend the salaries and benefits for police patrol on page 73. That's item 100. Yeah, this account number is 100-202-01, and then item 50 under that. Reduce that by 4%. And from what I understand, maybe Elizabeth could correct me if I'm wrong, but on page 75, that would basically where it itemizes everything under item 50, salaries and benefits. It would affect all those by 4% as far as I could tell. Holiday pay, overtime training, step overtime, if those are all percentage of salary.
Elizabeth, I'll call on you. We do need a motion to extend the meeting. We're coming up on 10:30.
I'll make the motion.
By 30 minutes.
Okay. Moved by Mary Alice. Was that Jared?
Yeah. It was me.
Jared moved it. I'll second it.
Moved by Jared, seconded by Mary Alice. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Brown,
Yes.
Colbrook,
Yes.
Percy,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu.
Yes.
That motion passes. Elizabeth.
So what I was going to say is simply reducing the salaries by 4% doesn't necessarily translate into 4% on all of those benefits. And so part of the reason is that we have PSEBA benefits in there, benefits that we pay under the Public Safety Employee Benefits Act. And also we have police pension contributions in that category, which we've already levied taxes for that we will have to pay. So
I'll make the motion to change that first line by 4%. And then it looks like we're going to be continuing this meeting till tomorrow. So would you have time to calculate how that would impact the items on page 75?
I can take a shot at that. Or, we could pick it up in a budget amendment later. I'm not sure that partly the benefits go down to specific positions that are filled with certain people. So for example, I can take a percentage off of health insurance, but it's not the same amount for every employee. So I can come up with a reasonable suggestion that I think will work for you. How's that?
Okay. And just kind of to finish my thought on this is, you know, we're talking about hopefully maybe doing some additional social service response work, and the mayor's alluded to that. I know other departments have had an embedded social worker, and I know one of the concerns about not having a canine unit actually was for Urbana kind of does this. We work together with Champaign and I guess the county, whoever else has a dog, and if one canine unit can't respond, then you know another one can, and there's this mutual assistance. And so I guess there was some concern that if we didn't have a canine, we wouldn't be able to provide that mutual assistance. But maybe there's another role we could provide instead as mutual assistance if we do some kind of embedding of a social worker or more crisis intervention training. We might be able to offer something like that, sort of to help out other agencies on a as needed basis. On fairly rare if it's only 15 times a year. And just one last thought on this is if we do move in that direction and eventually transition some of the police first response to other agencies, there's going to be an investment up front, but I think it's important to always kind of take your dividends after that, because otherwise you get an inflated budget. So I think, you know, if we are able to shift some of the response to other first responders, then we need to kind of take the dividends from the police budget. So that's kind of what I'm proposing with as sort of a first start or an example from the legalization of marijuana. We've always expected that to reduce some strain on the police department. I think it hopefully is. So this would be kind of a start in that direction budget-wise.
Bill Colbrook.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments from the other council members about the canine unit, but frankly, I did not hear any compelling arguments from the public about getting rid of the canine unit or the canine car. I just, quite frankly, don't understand the opposition to a canine unit in the police department. I can say with probably 100% certainty that I've got a whole heck of a lot more experience in my lifetime with the canine unit than anybody else on the council. I've probably called upon and used a police canine well over 1,000 times in my career. Although we don't have anybody on the police department, you know, on the call at the moment that will probably address what the capabilities of the canine unit would be, you know, the dog itself, but just a couple quick things. Although there is legalization of marijuana, there's a size limit. There's a capacity to what you can legally possess. Anything above that's illegal. A canine is usually used, as we know, for sniffing out illegal narcotics, including marijuana. If it's over the size limit, still illegal. It was illegal yesterday, it's going to be illegal tomorrow. You know, if there's a moving truck, a semi, that's got 1,000 kilos of marijuana, that's illegal. The canine would be used to sniff that out. We've heard about how the canine would supply probable cause. Establishing probable cause in law enforcement is a well-established practice that's codified in case law for years and years and years. That's part of our, you know, jurisprudence in the nation. There's a lot of other things that a canine can do except just sniff out drugs. Just as an example, they can do article searches. Let's say somebody was fleeing and dumped a gun. The dog can help find the gun. It helps keep the community safe. Let's say a child walked off and lost their top. the dog can track the top, track the individual. Person tracking, once again, lost persons, whether it's a child, somebody with dementia, silver searches, somebody with medical issues, they can do person tracking. They do handler protection. If sometimes the dogs are trained to protect the handler themselves, the police officer themselves. So if somebody's attacking the police officer, the dog is trained to protect the handler, the police officer. There's lots and lots of reasons for a canine. And I simply, for one, do not understand why we would, as a council, not support Urbana Police having a canine. Just my personal opinion.
Dennis?
Yeah, okay. I wanted to ask more about the school resource officer. You could perhaps kind of review the fact or to what degree the school districts are participating now in handling the costs of having those in the school, how this reflects in our budget, which still has several thousands of dollars associated with the school resource officer, and also the fact that we have several cars that have been purchased and emblazoned with school resource officer logos. And are these going to be still maintained by the city of Urbana, even though the officers their wages are going to be paid by the school district? Am I correct in these things?
So Bryant might want to jump in here at some point, but the school resource officers are city employees. They're not school district employees. So we pay their salaries, we paid for the vehicles they drive. And then the intergovernmental agreement that the city council approved with the school district included a funding formula. But part of that agreement was that the city was paying most of the upfront costs for vehicles and equipment and such, and we would recover that over time from the school district. So, but they are city employees. There's a reimbursement coming from the school district to offset that cost.
But not a complete coverage of the cost, apparently. Is that correct then?
It would be over time, it would be complete coverage. I don't know, maybe Bryant can jump in here.
So, yeah, so what was happening with regards to the cars and some other equipment, radios, those items essentially, and the city had agreed, we will kickstart this process for the school district. We will pay for the cars and the radios and some of those upfront pieces of equipment. Those things are prorated over a lifetime, depending on the piece of equipment, 5, 6, 7 years. So whatever that piece of equipment was, a little 1/5 if it was a 5-year item, or 1/7 if it was a 7-year item, got added to then the salaries and benefits component that was the school district was billed for. Those items, and that's what came to be their, I guess, their contribution. So the city fronted that money, I guess, for lack of a better term, and then over the course of time, the school district would pay for that piece of equipment. So when it was due in 5 years or 7 years, that money would have been collected and ready to use. And I think that's, I guess.
And then what about the salary and the benefit package for those individuals? Who's paying for that and bearing the weight of that?
The school district.
All right, so they're still considered city employees, but the school district is basically paying for their service.
That is correct. Unless Elizabeth has something else to add, that is correct.
No, I agree.
So there's no way of saving money then in our budget, even though the school district is covering for their salaries. It looks like we still have quite a few charges, $242,000 a year total for salaries and benefits, but we're not actually, that'll be recouped to us. Is that correct?
Correct.
Year by year, each year, we're going to get that much money from the school district for these officers.
Yes.
But it still appears in our budget.
Yes, because there are employees.
Okay, I was just, do we have any control over whether they're wearing uniforms or carrying arms? Currently, I understand they're carrying arms. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. So when we passed this late last fall through November and December, we have come to a modified agreement with the school board with regards to a polo shirt and khakis, but they would have their firearm with them, correct? That was part of the negotiation with the school district and the city council and the police department as we went down that road.
Well, and since that the school resource officer is not doing disciplinary work in the school, that's still being retained by the school staff. What is the need for firearms in a school classroom situation where the school resource officer is not actually interacting in any kind of disciplinary way in the system of the school?
So the reason is because they might have to, depending upon the scenario. And so when we have a variety of instances throughout, whether it's an event outside that maybe occurs outside the school and then nearby, or perhaps we have a, God forbid, a school shooting type of scenario, we want to have that officer prepared to deal with those situations. And that is why.
I think that'd be a topic for the city council to discuss, whether that's a direction we really want to continue to maintain. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, Eric?
I have a question, which is sort of leading into a comment. Do the salary lines for the police department assume that we will replace people as they retire?
Correct. The salary lines assume full staffing.
So then the follow-up comment is that if we made a mid-year decision that we were going to support, that the city was going to support this new crisis model that would require new personnel at a center that police would bring people to, as opposed to bringing them to the jail. Would one way, and this is presumably or possibly a way to relieve personnel pressure on the police department, might those lines be supported by lines that we don't roll over when police retire?
Right. So you're saying realize some savings through attrition as people separate and then repurpose those funds.
And repurpose those funds to the crisis intervention model that the mayor described.
Right. That's possible.
And okay, and that's something that could be, yeah, I'm sure that every year there are going to be, given the size of the force and how long people remain on the force, there are going to be a few retirements each year.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, okay.
Mary Alice?
So along the lines of Eric and Bill, I think that right now we have a budget of about 6.1 million in salaries for police patrol. And if I'm understanding Bill correctly, that whatever that 4% is in there would be reduced in that budget, and that Eric is suggesting that money be kind of set aside for some other envisioning of public safety, whether it's the one-stop place for mental health and substance abuse or something else. I feel like it's appropriate to do that at this time since we're revisiting the budget anyway. So everybody who's getting paid today will continue to get paid. And if we allocate and say we are committed to allocating some of our budget to these other services for public safety, we are not impacting the existing staffing of the police department. They will still get paid. There's enough money in the budget to do that. So I think it's a good idea. I think it's a creative idea. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and we talked a little bit about this before with the cannabis tax. So there's two different sources of the cannabis tax. One, which is the state that has rules in terms of how we can spend it. And then the other one is the home rule sales tax that we have at 3%. I believe, Elizabeth, you said we would start, that would be starting in October, if I remember correctly.
Yes, we expect to receive our first payment passed through from the state in October.
Okay, so my concern is I feel like we should be reinvesting some of that money into building the community that's been impacted by the criminalization of marijuana. And so I'd like for council to think about using at least a portion of those funds, at least half of those funds, to reinvest in the communities that have been most impacted by it. So we could do something similar to what we do with social services and have a separate fund for that, and have people give us different proposals. I did also want to kind of go quickly, because I was going through this budget and I just wanted the public to kind of understand what we're working with here in terms of the numbers for the policing budget. So about 82% of our existing policing budget is used for salary and benefits. So that's personnel. About 9.3% is used for VERF, which is the replacement of vehicles, and then transfers in between departments. That includes things such as paying for IT resources, because we restructured how IT was being funded. So we have the inter and intra transfer of funds, which is about 9%. We also pay about $600,000 roughly for 911. So if I add all that stuff up, then we're basically paying, that's 97.3% of our budget is just in those three groupings. So whatever we do, really it's salary and benefits that has the biggest component out of all of that. And we don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of the other percentages. I also wanted to just let the public know that there are other taxing bodies that are funded through property taxes. So the school district, all the education is funded not out of the city budget, it's funded out of property tax. And I think they have roughly 53% of the property tax goes to the school district. We also have public health, which is its own taxing body. And then there's also a mental health and I think it's called DSC, which has a county-wide budget of $6 million. So I'm not saying that the city shouldn't be investing in similar resources, but there is other money out there allocated by taxes that we should just be cognizant of, because whatever we do, we want to do in coordination with all of the community members that we have. The mental health budget is done, they give grants to different groups. So I was looking through the grants that they give, and they give to groups that we currently give our social service fundings to. So for example, they give money to the healthcare, consumer healthcare group. They give money to the women's shelter. So the mental health does fund some of those services. In addition, the social services fund grants that we have, which is a collaboration with Township. We also give money to those people. The last thing that I wanted to say about this was, since I'm on the social services grant committee, one of the things that we prioritize because of the times that we live in is to ensure food safety. So we prioritize grants that would directly address and help with food insecurity in our community. So that's where we put our resources at the moment. And we have some other resources that we'll talk about as people evolve in terms of the needs of COVID right now. So those are all my comments, I think.
Sharice?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback somewhat on what Mary Alice was saying regarding the cannabis tax. This is something I brought up a couple of meetings ago, because I was talking about that my understanding was that some of that tax was supposed to go to the most impacted community in forms of some kind of programs. And I just wanted to know if there was anything that was put in play for that to happen. So, and I even suggested that maybe Carol Ammons could come and talk to the council about it. So I don't, I don't know the ins and outs of that particular caveat regarding the cannabis tax, but I would like to know more.
So our 3% cannabis tax does not have any specific restrictions under state law. I think I did send all of you, after that question came up, some information about the programs that the state is doing and where to find that. But our general fund cannabis tax money is not restricted unless we choose to restrict it. The money that's going into the police special fund is restricted, but that's a much smaller amount.
What is this police special fund exactly? What is that comprised of?
So that's where we put money that comes into the police department that is restricted for specific purposes. So for example, that restricted cannabis revenue that comes from the state goes there. And if we get any funds from narcotics forfeitures, we get an allocation through the county, but it's based on state law for e-citations, electronic citations. So anything that they receive that's restricted, we put there so we can make sure that it is only used for the purposes for which it's intended.
Okay.
Any other comments? Jared.
So I don't know what exact numbers.
Wait, Eric, I called on Jared. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Go ahead, Eric.
Sure. Okay, I don't know how to put exact numbers on this, but maybe something that we could converge on would be to take a fraction of money that would be saved by not replacing retiring officers this year, maybe something of the order of 50% of that. And, or except I don't know how much that would be, but some fraction of that, and reserving that towards the, supporting the new crisis intervention model that will be planned. And then that can be, it seems as though, I didn't realize the numbers that Bill was reading. It sounds as though the pandemic is a great crime reduction tool, but that does perhaps reflect that we could reduce patrolling somewhat without impairing public safety. But I wouldn't want to overshoot, because it may be that it may be that calls will return. And so somehow calibrating some fraction of that flexible money that might be, realized by not budgeting at the start of the year for replacing everybody who retires, and thinking that that'll be directed towards a different kind of crisis intervention might be a way to go.
We'll also have a much better idea of what the budget needs to be in a few months for that approach, because we don't have a figure yet. Jared.
I did see the chief raising his hand to respond to Eric if he wanted to say before I offer my comment.
Sure. Thank you, Jared. So I wanted to say a couple things, because we have had these sorts of discussions before, and I get that there is a renewed sense of vigor to some of these discussion points. I want to make sure that a couple things with regards to the pandemic, and I get that the numbers are down over the last few months since, I guess, middle of March. For that, I'm grateful. But again, I think everybody sort of realizes that's most likely some sort of a temporary impact. The other thing I want to make mention of, and we've done this over the course of different councils and times, is making sure that as these things sort of fluctuate, when all of us, if somebody wants, hey, we think we need more, whatnot, just understand that that's a bit of a time in coming. We don't go and hire someone and in 6 weeks they're ready and willing and able. So one of the things we try to do is forecast these things, which is why numbers, like knowing roughly we hire 4.6 officers a year is fairly valid. One other point I'd like to make that I think is part of this discussion, and I've had this, I think, with a couple of council members on a smaller scale, has to do with, I know it's not everybody's favorite, but there is a statistic about officers per capita. And what exactly does that mean? 15 years ago, during one of the negotiations with the FOP regarding salary, they identified about 20 different police departments that were comparables, that we would use, that we would think that would be similarly sized. And it's everything from Bloomington to Carbondale to Champaign, Charleston, Danville, Decatur, DeKalb, East Moline, East Peoria, Edwardsville, Evanston, Kankakee, Macomb, Moline, Normal, Peoria, Quincy, Rantoul, Springfield, and Urbana. And we've kind of kept track over the course of the years as to how does Urbana relate to all of those. And I will tell you that most of the time, and at least for 2018, the last year that numbers were available, Urbana's ratio officer per capita was 1.39. We beat one community, Macomb, which was 1.38. So just as a sense of, and again, this isn't like, hey, we've got some ideas. I just sort of want to make sure that everybody's clear sort of where Urbana is. And it's been there. I can remember Steve Bauer of the News Gazette writing a story in the 1990s about Urbana's per capita. So it's been something that we've struggled with. And I just think that needs to be said with regards to as the council is deciding, and we kind of move how we want to move forward and how we decide what's our holdback. And it was interesting. I think Mary Alice, you talked about 82%. If you'd asked me on the back of the envelope math, I would have guessed 85% was salary and benefits. So yes, I absolutely understand that that's where our biggest hunk of our budget is. So I just thought that should be said as part of the discussion. Thank you, Jerry.
We're bumping up against 11 p.m. Is there a motion to extend? Or what's the will?
We have the option to continue to tomorrow.
We do.
So Diane, can I speak?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So you had mentioned tomorrow, if we meet, we have to end before 7. Is that right?
Correct.
So we would, if we met at 5:30, that would give us an hour and a half.
Yes, that's it.
I feel like we should budget that in as we think about if we're going to move forward. So right now we have the annual budget ordinance and we have the reappointments, and then we have closed session, and then we have discussion of the body camera. That's what's remaining on our agenda right now.
I would propose that if we want, I don't know what the will of everyone else is, it's just my idea. I would propose that we could move the everything but mayoral reappointments to the next meeting, because we can probably get that done tonight in the next not too distant future. So I don't know if we can do that, if we can move everything but those and just do that vote tonight and then do the rest of those at the meeting, but that's what I think would be the best idea.
You want to do the 2 budget ordinances tonight?
No. The 2 budget ordinances and the closed session and the discussion tomorrow evening, and do mayoral reappointments tonight. That would be my suggestion. Without staying on for another 30 minutes of discussion.
Okay. Mary Alice.
I know that the closed session is to purchase or lease a real property. Do you have any estimate on how much time that would take?
It would be just, it shouldn't take too long.
Okay.
But then sometimes I underestimate how long things take. I'm concerned getting all this done in an hour and a half, especially the body camera discussion. That's a considerable topic right there.
We can start that conversation and then move the remaining part of the conversation to another meeting, correct?
I think you can extend the meeting again. Yeah.
No, let me rephrase. I'm sorry. If we move forward with Jared's recommendation, which is do the mayoral reappointments right now,
Mhm.
move the 2 budget ordinances, closed session and discussion of UPD body camera to Tuesday. And if we don't have enough time for the body camera, if we can start that conversation now, but we can continue the conversation at the next meeting, I guess is what I'm saying.
Sure, that would work.
Why don't we just do the body camera discussion in July?
Well, I think essentially, Dennis, sorry.
Is it time sensitive?
Everything is time sensitive right now, Dennis. And
Is that because it's part of the financial package?
that as well.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I move that we extend the meeting for 10 minutes?
Yes. Is
I'll
there a second?
I'll second.
Can the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Colbrook,
Yes.
Hersey,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu.
Yes.
That motion passes.
We need to make a motion on that to get action, or what's the consensus?
I'm fine with it. I just don't know if we need a motion to reorganize
What are
stuff.
we talking about exactly?
I wonder if we could go ahead and do the closed session tonight. Because, especially since the order on the agenda is closed session, then you come out and do the body camera discussion. I don't know if people would want to wait around for a closed session if they're interested in the body cam discussion. If we did the closed session tonight, then we would just have the remaining agenda items for tomorrow.
Yes, and in order to continue a meeting, we cannot change the agenda items. You could change the order of them, but you can't change the agenda content.
I would be fine with doing the closed section now because the mayoral appointment shouldn't take too long tomorrow.
I'd be fine with that too.
Okay, so for tomorrow's meeting, it's the 2 budget ordinances and possibly body cameras.
And the mayoral appointments.
And the appointments tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did we get anything for the code to get into the closed session tonight? We need that.
We got an email.
There should be an
I didn't
email.
get it. I didn't get it.
Oh, we're about to send it. We're about to send it.
I have one more question, Mayor.
Yes.
So if we go into closed session, does that mean that we have to extend it beyond the 10 minutes or do we
We
just?
probably should.
So if we just extend it to 11:30, then we're covered. And then if we get out earlier, we get out earlier.
That should cover it.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
I'll second.
All those, please call the roll.
Members Brown,
Yes.
Colbrook,
Yes.
Hersey,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu.
Yes.
That motion passes. So the meeting is extended to 11:30. You need to leave.
I'll move to go into closed session for the purpose of lease of real property pursuant to 5 ILCS 120/2C5.
I'll second.
Moved by Bill, seconded by Jared. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Brown,
Yes.
Colbrook,
Yes.
Hersey,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu.
Yes.
That
Mayor
motion-
Marlin.
Yes, that motion passes. So we will leave this Zoom meeting and Kate will send an email with the link to the closed session meeting.
Okay.
And then we will go out of closed session, come back and rejoin this Zoom meeting.
Okay, got it.
Eric, it looks like you're still in the open session meeting. Kate should have emailed you just now to send you a closed session link. But this is still the open meeting you're in, so you'll need to leave this one.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get her email. There's some problem with my email. I haven't gotten any email for several hours. So I'm gonna restart my computer.
Okay. Reverend Dr. Underwood, I see that you've raised your hand. I just wanted to let you, as well as everyone else still in the meeting, that council went into a closed session. They will come back from the closed session to wrap up this meeting, or rather to motion to reconvene it at a later date, being tomorrow. Right now, they're in a closed session. That's why you're not hearing any audio.
We have 6 minutes. And we have enough to get out of closed session as long as the mayor is here.
As a reminder, we do have, I think, a motion on the floor to approve the budget, and I tried to make a motion on the amendment, but I don't think anyone seconded it. Is that right?
Sounds right.
We were still discussing your comments about the amendment, so no amendment had been made yet.
Okay, so we have just the motion on the floor on the budget to pick up tomorrow.
Yes, and then if we want to make any amendments tomorrow, then we can make them tomorrow before the, yeah.
The original motion. We just have the original motion.
Okay.
I'll move to continue the meeting to tomorrow at 5 p.m. or 5:30?
5:30.
5:30 p.m.
We need to first get out of.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So is there a motion to?
Motion to come out of closed session.
I'll second.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Okay, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Call the roll.
I didn't hear anything. Was there a motion for something?
Yes, please call the roll. It's
Okay.
to come out of
Thank you.
closed session.
Okay. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Holbrook,
Yes.
Percy,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu,
Yes.
Mayor Marla.
Yes.
For the record, I think the motion was made by Jared and seconded by Mary Alice.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay.
And this meeting will be continued or reconvened Tuesday, June 23rd at 5:30 p.m.
We need a motion for that, Diane.
Oh, let's do one just to be on the safe side.
Motion to reconvene this meeting tomorrow night at 5:30 p.m.
I'll second it.
Moved by Jared, seconded by Mary Alice. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Member Brown,
Yes.
Holbrook,
Yes.
Percy,
Yes.
Jacobson, Miller,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Wu.
Yes.
That motion passes. We'll see you tomorrow night at 5:30. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
Bye.
All right.
Hey, bye.